Multiple suppliers takes.
Back behind him, Jokic and a three. Yeah! Nuggets back in the lead by one, 67-66. Rebound poked out to Christian Brown. He's a rim runner. Layup, good! Denver leads it by 2, 71-69. Hey, Steve Kerr, bucket here, he called timeout. Jokic kick out three, Hardaway. Let's go! And you call that timeout. Loose ball comes down to Bruce Brown, over to Jokic. Jokic over to Brown, leans in, layup good. Jokic top of the key over to Christian Brown. Jokic in a three. That one's short, no good. Rebound Hardaway. Got it to foul as well. That's going to be on Kristaps Porzingis. There's the horn in Denver. Nuggets outscore the Warriors 70-40 in the second half. And they go away with a 116-93 win.
Here's what's difficult. Nuggets are winning basketball games again, and that is fun. They are also doing it against a remaining schedule that makes it very difficult to assess and really parse out what that looks like against playoff caliber teams, which I do not consider Golden State one. If you're in the play-in, you just aren't. So I can't like take them seriously, especially a Golden State team that is minus Steph Curry. And you did what you were supposed to do in the second half. You pulled away, and you did it with great defense where you held them to 40 points the entire second half, gave your starters a rest at the end of the game. But juxtaposing that game with what happened on Friday, which was a Jazz game that was way too close, I just don't know what to do. And then I could also throw this in there. With the Nuggets starters mostly back, a game like last night, so they give Aaron Gordon the night off, they play Peyton Watson, I'll still consider that basically starters back. I think they've lost like 2 games all year. So it's hard to really assess what to feel about this team right now because you can take whatever direction you want, that the record could be fraudulent at the end of this year with the run that they're going on because of the caliber of opponent that they're playing. Or you could say, well, the starters are back and they're winning because that's what they do. I don't know. I don't know. Like, the good thing is this. What you seemingly have had over the last handful of games, especially with people healthy, is Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, your 2 best players who have, for the entire existence of this iteration of the team, when they've played well, good things happen. That's it. So the good news is that when your 2 best players play that way, historically, it's given you like a massive leg up on the competition to where you mostly are winning those games. So take that for whatever you will. Like the Utah game, it had no business being as close as it did, but thank God you had Jamal Murray at the end. You know, I said this before, when Jamal Murray is in the zone, I don't know how many other players across the NBA you'd rather take as your straight up, I need to get a bucket guy. So much so that I saw that Rob Perez, or I always feel like I have a speech impediment when I say his Twitter name, Worldwide Wob on Twitter, threw out, if you need a bucket at the end of the game, how many players in the league are you taking before Jamal Murray? And I think he gave out like 4 names. It was Steph and maybe Luka and Shea. I don't know. Can't remember who the names were. The point is, that guy in those specific situations is just, he's a monster. And when you have him and Jokic playing at that level, you're typically going to win the basketball game. You'll find a way. But what this looks like in a 7-game series against a T-Wolves team or against a Thunder team or against a Spurs team, like that's all the stuff that I'm not sure about. Now, if you continue to play at this kind of level, if you continue to beat up on these teams, the 3 seed like isn't totally out of reach yet. You're 48-28. Yet 6 games left. Those 6 that are left on the schedule are Utah again. That comes up on Wednesday. Then it's San Antonio, which I think will be your toughest game of the year unless another scenario happens that we'll talk about in a minute. Utah, that's at Utah, San Antonio at home, Portland at home, Memphis at home. So that's at least 3 more wins. If you can find a way to sneak out San Antonio, that's 4. And then here's the question mark. OKC at home Friday, April 10th. San Antonio on the road to close out the year, April 12th. What will those 2 teams be playing for at that time? San Antonio still 2.5 games back, but they've won 8 straight games and not giving up any ground on Oklahoma City, as they own the tiebreaker. So maybe at the end of the year, those games don't matter for either team and they don't care, and those could be easy dubs for you. Maybe those games mean a lot for those 2 teams, and they have to win, and now it becomes competitive. I don't know. But it feels to me you're either going to be the 4 seed or the 3 seed now. And after all that jockeying for position between the Lakers, the Nuggets, the T-Wolves, the Rockets, they've just been like trading slots over the last, 2 months. It looks like the 3 and 4 is going to come down to the Lakers and the Nuggets because the T-Wolves are 5-5 in the last 5 games, as are the Rockets. The Nuggets won 6 straight. They're 8-2. The Lakers 9-1 in the last 10 games. So we'll see. But the issue here is I'm trying to find out what this team actually is. And there are plenty of examples of teams that have been there, done that in the playoffs, have kind of coasted their way through the regular season, waiting to flip the switch when the postseason starts. Perhaps this is an example of what the Nuggets can do, especially in a year where they haven't been healthy. But I mean, let me ask you, Nelly. You watched both games over the weekend. What do you do with what they did in the second half against Golden State, which was complete and utter domination, as compared to what they did Friday against a worse team, maybe the worst in the league in Utah, and they needed to scratch and claw until the final 10 seconds?
Look, I don't mean this as a shot at Coach Adelman, but there are a couple times where I miss Michael Malone's post-game press conferences, specifically for the fact that after that Utah game, he would have been furious. I know they
True.
still won and they defended their home court, but I could just hear him going, we gave up 129 points at home to a team that's actively trying to lose. I don't care that we win. That was a horrible performance. Like, you kind of need that fire and brimstone. Like, yeah, you won, but did you really win?
That's a really good point, Nelly. That Adelman, I can't remember, and somebody correct me if they can point one of these out. Has Adelman had a press conference quite like that this year? There's times where he hasn't been happy after a game, but where you're just like, I know their personalities are entirely different. But we haven't had any of those press conferences where it's become, next question, man. Like one of those.
I think they're just different parenting styles. Like Michael Malone is the parent that goes, I brought you into this world and I can sure as hell take you out of it. And David Adelman is more of the, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Well, you know what? It's funny you mention that, though, because Malone, for if people really miss that style of coaching, I think Malone hit that button too many times. I almost think at the very end of his tenure before he was let go, he hit that button a lot. Where it's like, what was the line he always used? But it was something about they'd have a bad game. He'd go and say something along the lines of, that's not acceptable. I'm going to challenge them in the next game. And then they play poorly again. It's like, how many times can you hit that button before it looks like they aren't responding to you anymore? And that's part of it. Now, on the other hand, like, Adelman seemingly did something because the following game, it wasn't a great start. You were down at half. But to flip the switch like that in the second half, and I mean completely obliterate Golden State, you scored 40 points in the third quarter. They scored 40 points the entire half. That's responding. But again, it's against a team that is Stephless. Texture says, how would it be fraudulent? That would mean the whole season doesn't count. They still had to win a bunch of games to get to this easy part of the schedule. Again, some people just disagree with my way of thinking on this, and that's fine. But here's how my brain works. The quote style points, I would more call it prep for the playoffs, is how you play against teams that matter and how you look against teams that don't. So, nobody questions whether OKC can win a title or not, because when they play against good teams, they'll win. And when they play against bad teams, the game's over at halftime. Call that style points, call that whatever. I would call that a behavior of winning. The Nuggets too often have had moments in which they play against a good team, and maybe they're in the game, but at the end of the game, they find a way to lose, which is not a good detail, not a good trait within a team. And then they'll play a bad team, and sometimes they either have it be way too close or straight up lose the game like they did to Memphis.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Like, I think the way that you look is an indicator of behavior that can happen in the postseason. And that applies to sort of every sport. And I get it. It's long season in the NBA and the NHL, and you have just some clunkers sometimes. I allow for those. But when it happens a lot, that's not a clunker anymore. That's kind of how you behave. And so I'm happy as hell that the Nuggets are going on this run. It's a lot better than the alternative of losing the game to Utah. I get that. You found ways to make plays at the end of the game. That's great. But is it trustworthy when you're playing against a physical Minnesota team? That's my question. Texture says, to Brett's point about OKC, I would call that flopping and unethical basketball in BS. Whatever their style is of play, I don't like it either. The results are the results. They kick the bleep out of teams who are worse than them. Like, it's typically a 30-point blowout by the time the fourth quarter starts. I'll give you an example. Here's their stretch of games just over the last handful. It was a 111-100 win last night, the game that took place before the Nuggets. They beat the Bulls by 28 points the game prior to that. Lost by 10 to the Celtics. They beat the Sixers by 20. They beat the Wizards by 21. They beat the Nets by 30. Like, this is what they do. If you're a worse basketball team than them, 90% of the time, they don't need to play anybody in the fourth quarter. The game's over. And that is a perfect indicator of like, oh, well, when the postseason rolls around, that's a team that you take seriously. All year long for the Nuggets, it's just those blowouts have been few and far between. And you got to a point last night where you got there, but you play against Utah, and you needed the last few buckets to close the game out. You played against Dallas. You needed Jamal to put up 53 and Jokic to put up a damn near 20-20-20 game to win the game at the very end. You play against Phoenix. It's a 2-point win. That's the stuff I'm talking about. That's the separator. So we can get back to this in a second. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
Got to cut and run through the ball. They'll do better than this guy.
Get it into Boozer, back for Saar, ahead, Boozer, that ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds, Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good! With point 3, UConn goes in front.
All right, I had a conflict with this game, big time. It has nothing to do with brackets, okay? It has to do with personal feelings. And I want to get to that in just a moment because the ending to that game is something that it feels like only the tournament can bring to you. But Texter says this. I want to point out 2 texts real quick. Talk about a negative Nancy this morning. They finally did what they're supposed to do to a lower-end team, and you're whining. Geez, take the win. I don't mean to whine, and I hope that's not the tone I'm giving out. I'm not. I don't want to be whining right now. I do think that's a good win last night. Now, if you flipped these games and you had the Golden State game on Friday and the Utah game on Sunday, the feeling would be different. I'm trying to give credence to both games over the weekend. But I get it. The most recent thing is the more important one in our world. I understand. I don't mean to sound negative. I'm just asking. I don't know exactly if this is flipping any sort of thoughts I have heading into the postseason. That's all. Like, when we get to the postseason, they're going to have to prove it to me. Another texter said this, which I think is really funny. Because now you've seen the video of the crazy to hot scale. That guy who talks about women and the crazier they are, the hotter they are, or whatever it is, right? He said the Nuggets are like a super hot chick you think might be crazy. And I'm like, that's the exact way I feel about them. Like, they have so many things that make you think, oh, dude, this team is going to be so good. And then they have a game like Utah, and I'm like, well, why did that happen then? Well, then why did you lose to Memphis? Like, all that different stuff. So I'm not meaning to sound negative, and I apologize if that's the tone that's coming off. I don't feel like it is, but you're hearing me. I'm speaking.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's the wrong tone.
All I'm saying is if the playoffs started today and you asked me how far can the Nuggets get, my answer would be like, I have no idea. Like, if you ask that same question to me with the Avs that we get to in a second, who did lose over the weekend, I would give you the same answer I've given you all year, which is, yeah, I think they're going to win the Cup. And a loss over the weekend doesn't do anything to change that for me. Because they've had a certain behavior that's lasted an entire season. So, whatever. We'll get to that in a second. To the game, Duke and UConn. Here's the trouble I had with that game, Nelly.
Can I guess?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So if I know you, and I think you do, you were torn because on the one hand, when Duke loses, America wins. They're like the Dallas Cowboys and New York Yankees. When they lose, or Alabama, the Lakers. I could keep going. When they lose,
Correct.
We all win. But you're torn because the coach of UConn is on our list.
Bingo.
And you hate him.
Yeah.
You hate the coach of UConn maybe more than you hate Duke.
I mean, look, this has got to be, we all have this in our lives, okay? So it would be like if the Chiefs and the Raiders played each other in the playoffs, and the Chiefs throw a game-losing pick six, and you'd be like, ha, you idiots, losers, but then you're watching the Raiders celebrate, and you're like, well, I don't like that either. I think it's hysterical that Duke lost the way that they lost, and I hate that Dan Hurley's the beneficiary of it. Because there might not be a guy in sports I can't stand more than Dan Hurley. And the arrogance and attitude of that guy. Like, that couldn't be Iowa or something like that, making that play. That couldn't happen. Like, all I'm saying is, and it's amazing how much this happens in the NCAA tournament. What was the other game? Because I saw the courtside feed to Ian Eagle and Bill Raftery and Grant Hill. First of all, Duke, you almost killed Raftery, okay? Don't do that. Did you see the look on that man's face? He's an old man. You can't give that much stimuli to them. But what was the other game? Because it was Kevin Harlan and Stan Van Gundy and somebody else, I can't remember, that was kind of the same feel to it. Do you remember, Nelly?
The only Kevin Harlan memory I have from this weekend was the horn in the Iowa-Illinois game that would not shut off.
No.
And Kevin Harlan was talking about it.
This was a couple of NCAA tournaments back because it was the same situation. The team, all they had to do was hang on to the basketball, and they try and chuck it. It gets deflected. Other team hits a bucket. God, what game was that? Texters, help me out if you can think of it. But it's the same thing. And here's the problem. Like for Duke, I don't even think it's the wrong play. If the guy gets that over those two defenders, you got two guys from Duke that are on the opposite end of the floor with five guys that are on the opposite end or opposite half of the court. If he throws that up like a 500 ball, that game's over. But you try and throw a bullet through four arms, and it's going to get tipped around. And then it's just like an amazing bucket to close it out. But gosh, I understand like college kids, whatever, but just huck it over the top. That's all you need. Everybody's saying Virginia, but different teams. Virginia, Purdue, Virginia, St. Peter's, Furman, or someone over Virginia. I guess it was Virginia. Maybe it was the St. Peter's game. But it was like you're trying to throw the ball down court. You have the lead. It gets tipped. Grab the basketball. Other team hits a bucket. Game over. But it's just like all you have to do is throw it at the height that Victor Wembanyama's outstretched hand can't reach to, and it's done. It's over with. So if you want to hear sadness, this is what sadness sounds like. This is Duke's radio call of the game winner.
Get it in. They do for Moser. Bobbled it. Back for Sarr. Needs to get rid of it. Does for Kane. 7 seconds. Trying to throw it ahead. Deflected. Stolen by Connecticut. 2 seconds. It's Mullins up top for the win. Oh, he hit it. With 0.3 of a second to go. Malachi Smith ran off the bench. That should be a technical. But with 0.3 of a second to go, Connecticut has the lead. 73-72. As Connecticut got the three from Mullins after the turnover from Kane and Moser.
New rule. You hit a shot like that, technicals don't exist. They're over. You don't get a technical call after somebody hits a shot like that, so you can shove it. This is what being on the right side of that call sounds like. This is UConn radio.
Boozer, they double him. Back to Sarr. Now ahead to Caden Boozer. And a steal. Mullins gets it. It's Caravan to Mullins. Long-range three. Oh! It went in! Mullins delivers. Bedlam. Bedlam here.
They're going to go to the monitor to review it.
Absolute bedlam as Mullins threw a 45-footer in.
When you get that sound out of a play-by-play guy, you know one of the coolest things in your entire history's happened. Oh, that sound? Now, that's Gus Johnson on the third touchdown run in a blowout football game, but that sound.
Oh!
Wait, Nelly, cue that up again. Hey, I'm Vic Lombardi. You guys ever reached for your keys in your car? You bend over and you go,
Oh!
yeah, it kind of fits. Putting those side by side, I think it works. Yeah, that's just a normal Gus call, I suppose.
I gotta find. Do you remember the the Stanford soccer commentator? His
Oh,
goal call where he
yeah.
sounded like he was having a little extra fun in the booth.
Yes.
Oh, let me pull that one up.
But yeah, I was conflicted because I hate Duke, but I hate Dan Hurley, I think, more. I think. So now I can only hope that UConn gets that done to them in the next round, depending on who I don't even know who they play. See, I'm not a huge bracket dude. I fill one out. I kind of take a peek at it, and then I'm kind of done with it after the first couple rounds. So 303-504-0925. So this, all right, one more before we move on. This is Sanford soccer, right?
Yeah, Stanford soccer play-by-play.
All right, go ahead.
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that...
Unreal! I forgot about that. Oh. Anyway, Sue, what else happened over the weekend? So, the Avs played against Winnipeg at home. They lose 4-2 to Winnipeg. The bummer of this is you got it tied up 2-2 at the end of the second period with a goal from Parker Kelly, and we got another beautiful butter my butt and call me a biscuit call. And then third period was hard to find space, hard to find shots. And with about 5 minutes left, Winnipeg throws one in to make it 3-2 and then get the empty netter to close things out. And that's how it ended. I feel kind of nothing about that game. If you were still in this like neck and neck race with Dallas, then that would change things a bit. But you still have a 6-point lead with 2 games in hand on the Dallas Stars. You're still in incredibly good shape. So that isn't bothering me all that much. You do want to be able to play good hockey. Now, Bednar did say some things like they're trying to experiment with some stuff before the postseason starts and see which different line combinations and pairings work. And now that you're essentially fully healthy, you got a guy or two missing from the lineup now. That's a normal thing. But tinker around, see what works, see what doesn't. If there's good news of what's been happening with the Avs recently, if there's one thing that we've thought all year long would be maybe the one issue that could get them knocked out of the postseason, because it's what got them knocked out last year, it was special teams, and more specifically power play. And since the Olympic break, their power play has been a top 10 unit in the league, even with the loss to Winnipeg over the weekend. The Avs did go 1 for 2 on the power play. They held the Jets to 0 for 2. It was one of those rare nights for the Avs where they couldn't find shooting lanes. You know, they finished with 23 shots on goal. That is not what the Avs do. And so I'll kind of throw that one off as just not a great night. Move on. Because now you have Calgary, Vancouver. Those should be ones that you chalk up in the W column because both of these teams have entirely given up. And that gets you set up for the big game on Saturday against Dallas at 1 o'clock. So with that, if you win the next 2, take care of Dallas, I think it becomes cruise control mode where you can really start to piddle around with your lineups, give guys breaks, blah, blah, blah. But that's what's on the horizon for the rest of this week. But it starts tonight by taking care of business against Calgary. Cannot mess around with them. And I don't think they will. Coming off a loss against Winnipeg, you want to keep that pace going. 106 points right now, 10 games left. Grab a dub, grab a couple of more points, rack up 4 before you get to Saturday against Dallas, and then take care of business for that game. If you want to know the difference, by the way, between where these teams are at, I know the game's at Ball Arena tonight, but they do play Calgary 3 times now before the end of the year. Did you know that, Nelly? 10 games left in the Avs schedule. They play Calgary 3 times. And I was talking about the tickets in Calgary and what they're going for. $17, and probably going to be lower than that before you get to the second to last game of the year to go to that game with Calgary and the Avs. To get in the building in Dallas for this Avs game, the lowest ticket you can find right now is $110. And that's sort of the separation between where these teams are at, but that's the point that I'm trying to make. You're playing against a team that's completely waved the white flag. They said, we're done. Go ahead, beat us up, get some points, and get the hell out of our building or whatever. You have two of those now, Monday and Wednesday, with a couple of days off before Saturday in the big game against Dallas. So all of that is coming up this week for the Avs. And I think this could be potentially like a closeout week. So 303-504-0925. Nuggets fans, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado. So join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives this March. Schedule your donation. Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets or at any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You can win an autographed Nuggets jersey. So go to Vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. So, a lot of sports happening over the weekend. I do have thoughts in the first series for the Rockies. I didn't hate it.
You're just like me. Trash!
I didn't hate their game over the weekend. I did hate a specific part of it, which led to all of these losses that we'll get to in just a moment. So again, jump on that Shop Mazda text line. Tell me what you think moving forward for the Avs and what needs to take place to close things out. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so Rockies got their season started over the weekend. They lost all 3 games. And they lost them, especially the last 2, in the exact same fashion. You have a late lead. You feel like you're doing everything right. You get a decent first stretch of innings from your pitchers. Scratch together a few runs, lead late, and you blow it. Now, it all culminated in the Marlins hitting a walk-off yesterday, which is just a terrible way to finish. I would say this. I do think there's a lot of positive things you can take out of that first series. It's rare, and I'll try and find the number for it, but to have a series in which you have 3 losses, all by 1 run. Here, this is from Patrick Lyons. The Rockies lost by 1 run in all 3 games of the Miami Marlins to begin the season. Colorado's the 9th team in baseball history to start 0-3 with a negative 3-run differential. I get that Miami is not a stellar baseball club, but there are things that if you look at them situationally, and you have to take all this into account for where the Rockies are going to be as an organization and where they are as an organization. I think that stealing bases and being more aggressive on the base paths is a nice little positive. It's a place where I don't think teams take enough advantage of it, especially after last year expanding those bases to a little bit bigger, making it easier to steal. Secondly, I think they have guys in this lineup. I was telling you about TJ Rumfield. I think that he is a very intriguing guy. He hit a home run in this series, and he is somebody that if you watched even the first inning of the game yesterday, 2 on, 2 out, he's down in the count and works his way to a walk. And that allows Jordan Beck to step up, clear the bases for a 3-run single in the first. The problem is that's the only runs that you scored in the game. And that's how you allow teams to come back. I know the jokes are going to come out. That's fine. Everybody say, oh, Rockies doing the Rockies thing. Eliminated from the playoffs already. It's fun. Got it. I do think there was signs of encouragement, I would say, for them, despite how awful each game ended to start this series. This is going to be a year where this team is going to have to grow. If you watched the game yesterday, Michael Lorenzen was interviewed in the middle of it, and he kind of said as much. He's like, I feel like this team is doing a lot of the right things and putting the right things together, and it's going to be one of those where we're going to have to grow as the season goes along, and I think that there are signs of it. So I'd say that. Now, the other thing to start this MLB season with this ABS call stuff, I'm still kind of torn. I don't love it. I'm call me old school. I kind of like the idea of, I've never thought there was an exact sort of strike zone. And maybe it's just because my entire life you kind of had to get a feel for what the umpire's preference was and kind of roll with it that way. But I'll tell you this much. People are, honestly, whenever somebody challenges a call, they're like, right. There was a dude in the Reds game over the weekend. What was that umpire's name? It was Buckner. I think his name was CB Buckner, where he's had 8 challenge calls on him already to start the season. 6 of them have been flipped. Bad look for him. 2 of them happened in the same at bat. He tried to punch out a guy twice, and I think it was Suarez, hit him with a challenge on both and ended up walking. But if you want to hear an insane ABS challenge, so here's what happened. It's Twins and Orioles. So Twins manager Derek Shelton, he gets ejected because he comes out yelling and screaming about one of these challenge calls. And what I bet you're thinking to yourself, who is he yelling at? Because you can't yell at a computer that said the call was wrong. But his beef was the Orioles pitcher, it was a walk that he challenged, and he's saying that he waited too long to get the challenge in. But this is what it sounded like, and this was on, this is Twins radio here.
This is the TV broadcast.
Twins TV. Here you go.
And Helsley drops in a slider that is called ball 4. I don't think Adley Rutschman.
I think he verbally
did challenge.
The pitcher is challenging.
Oh, the pitcher's challenging.
Yeah, he put him right to his hat.
Ryan Helsley with the first pitcher challenge. And he go! The first challenge by an Orioles pitcher, and Derek Shelton is incensed. He didn't think Helsley got that off in time.
Well, he went right to his hat. He came off the mound and tapped his hat.
Laz Diaz is yelling at Derek Shelton to get back. And the runner, Keyshaw, will be sent back to first. And Derek Shelton's been thrown out. He's arguing with the robots. You can't defeat the robots.
It's true. You can't argue with robots. They're always going to be right. Which is why, if you're listening out there, robots, you're a friend of mine, okay? Whenever you guys inevitably take over the world, just remember, I was here for you.
Hey, cutie.
I supported you. It's never mean. But anyway, rough start. Maybe as expected. I thought that the Rocks would get a win this weekend, but they didn't. So anyway, moving on. You have all of this fantastic stuff that happens over the weekend, including Gary Woodland won his first tournament since 2019, and that's a long time to go in between it. He was super emotional afterwards, and this is all kind of leading up. We're a couple of weeks away from the Masters getting going. So everybody's trying to tune up their game. It was a good win for Gary Woodland in the PGA over the weekend. I will say this, that I was, as I'm going to admit how wrong I was again, a very big skeptic of what this NCAA tournament would look like, and it has led to some amazing finishes. It hasn't been totally filled with upsets and all these different things, but really close games. And the UConn-Duke one, the prime example of it. I heard a lot of people talking about, why would you attempt to even make the pass, just hang on to the basketball? The pass was the right move. The execution of the pass was terrible. You had two guys all alone. And if you just throw, again, a 500 ball up there, the game's over. Duke wins, they move on to the Final Four, all of that. But instead, think about what had to take place for them to give up that game. You had to have the pass tipped. It had to go to somebody from UConn. They had to throw up a logo 3 and absolutely bury it. It's still, if you ran that exact same scenario 9 more times, I don't know if you get any result that still leads to UConn winning that game. It was like the perfect storm of awful leading up to it. But you got a whole bunch from over the weekend. I do want to get back to the Nuggets and kind of where you think the Nuggets are at right now. The Nuggets, winners of 6 straight games. They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're only a game back of the Lakers for the 3 seed. But as we know, losing the tiebreaker to them, you're 2 games back. And with 6 games left, it's really tough to make up that ground in that short amount of time. You kind of look at what the Lakers have left as far as a scheduling standpoint. They play against the Wizards tonight. I don't think that's going to end up in a loss. But they do have Cleveland tomorrow on the second leg of a back-to-back. They play at Oklahoma City on Thursday. And then they play Oklahoma City on April 7th. And they have games against Dallas, Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah all mixed in towards the end of the year. It's not the easiest closeout to a schedule. Certainly harder than what the Nuggets have, where they got Utah on Wednesday. They play San Antonio, huge game Saturday, and then it's Portland, Memphis, and then the final 2 are OKC and San Antonio, which could be games in which both of those teams have shut down shop. So I don't think it's impossible to get there, but the Nuggets would have to go on a run here. And they have one example yesterday of absolute dominant closeout victory stuff where you score 40 points in the third quarter and you allow 40 points the entire second half. That's the kind of thing you love to see. But then I can also go back to Friday and say, you needed Jamal Murray to go nuclear at the end of a game to beat the Utah Jazz. So then what? And this is sort of the dichotomy you've been playing with the Nuggets all year long. They give you reasons to believe and then reasons to make you cock an eyebrow and then make you feel good and then have you feeling like this team's not going to do anything in the playoffs. They have been kind of just jockeying back and forth from both of those spots really since November. Health hasn't helped much, but you're healthy now. Give Aaron Gordon a rest. They put P-Watt in the starting lineup, whatever. But this is all prep for what the playoffs are going to be, and I am still unsure of what the expectation should be for them when that point gets there. But get back to it in a second. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube, search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything. From Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, huge weekend. Nuggets, Avs, the tournament, and the opening weekend of baseball. Get to all that with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Back behind him, Jokic and a three. Yeah! Nuggets back in the lead by one, 67-66. Rebound poked out to Christian Brown. He's a rim runner. Layup, good! Denver leads it by 2, 71-69. Hey, Steve Kerr, bucket here, and he called timeout. Jokic kick out three, Hardaway. Let's go! And you call that timeout. Loose ball comes down to Bruce Brown, over to Jokic. Jokic over to Brown, leans in, layup, good. Jokic top of the key over to Christian Brown. Jokic in a three. That one's short, no good. Rebound Hardaway. Got it, and a foul as well. That's going to be on Kristaps Porzingis. There's the horn in Denver. Nuggets outscore the Warriors 70-40 in the second half. And they go away with a 116-93 win.
Nuggets now winners of 6 straight games. I was accused earlier of a tone problem. I didn't mean to. I'm not upset at all. I think that game last night was awesome. It's what you're supposed to do. You put up 40 in the third quarter. They scored 40 in the second half. That's what you want to see. I'm just thinking about that game compared to what I watched on Friday, which, again, was a win. Nice. But why did it look like that against Utah on Friday and then look like that yesterday against the Warriors, which has been sort of what the Nuggets season has been? Nights where they look really good and nights where you're just kind of confused. But I don't know, Vic. I know it was national TV last night.
Can we start there?
Yeah. Start with national TV?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
They spent $76 billion for these new television rights. That's what they got. Not spent, received. $76 billion. So they can do whatever the hell they want to do. And it doesn't change anything. But I don't know about you guys. There was an NBC broadcast, a national broadcast last night. No pregame. No halftime. Halftime was taped. It was the crew from NBC that taped something from Oklahoma City. No postgame. Quick interview with Jamal. They're done. Listen, I'm not saying that it's the end all. Some people just want the games, and I get it. But what are we doing?
Yeah.
Inside the NBA crew, those guys, when they were doing their best work, right? When they were working for TNT, they were there all night.
Yeah.
They talked about all the games. Am I wrong here, Moj? They were there all night.
I don't want to sound like a whiner and a moaner this morning.
What?
Hi, by the way, good morning.
Good.
I texted
Does anybody
Vic.
want to work?
I'm not sure what time I texted Vic. It had to be 11 o'clock, 10:30 or 11, something like that. I said, I am incredibly dissatisfied. I want to see some analysis. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe I don't want my network to spend all the money just acquiring the rights to the game, and then when you do the game,
it's half-assed?
You barely do the game, and then you're out. And then you're going to then my TV does the circle thing.
Yeah.
And then coming on next is like Twilight series or whatever. It's like you got it. This is still what perplexes guys like me, and maybe Vic too. And maybe the listening audience feels the same way.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't feel the need for it.
Today's viewer. Maybe I admit I'm an old school viewer. I like the full encompassing package. Like when I watch football games, I like to watch the post game show on CBS or ESPN
But Moj, they took the greatest studio show ever made.
The greatest product of all time.
The greatest studio show
The greatest
ever.
NBA product ever.
Ever. And completely neutralized it. It's gone.
Yeah.
Even when it exists today, even when they have it, it's gone.
It's insane.
Well,
I just cannot believe it.
It's a cannibalization by the league that, to me, I don't have words. I don't understand why you would eat your own.
Well, can I just to go back to the Nuggets portion?
Oh, by the way, the Nuggets won the game.
Yeah, they won. And
had a
won
great
6 in a
second
row.
half.
But here's what I'm getting at.
Dow Jones, NASDAQ.
The way that the Nuggets operate is just very confusing to me. I asked you guys before the end of this schedule because we knew the schedule was going to ease up. They were going to play against teams that aren't very good. Utah is terrible. Golden State without Steph Curry is no good. Golden State with Steph Curry isn't very good. But you have a game like last night, which is what you want to see. Now, maybe not early. You're down at half, but to close out the way they did.
2.5 quarters of dilly-dallying.
Yeah.
2.5 quarters of let's just show up. And then they laid the hammer down.
But to know they're capable of closing a game out that way, perfect. And then they play against Utah, who's worse. And I'm like, well, what's going on there? And I can't get a good read on what I should expect when this postseason starts. Maybe I shouldn't have any expectation. Maybe that's the answer. Like, I go into the postseason blind and just say, whatever I get, I get.
It's been a weird 6-game win streak. They're 8-2 out of their last 10, so that's good, right? And that's why they're 4th seed and knocking on the door for 3 seed if they can keep this up. But there's no denying what you're feeling because these 6 games have been awkward, feeling themselves out. Just doing just enough to win.
Yeah.
You know what the Nuggets have been the last 6 games? They've been that student that does just enough.
That C student.
Yeah, that does just enough. Like, okay, we'll get it done. We will get it done. And it's hard to be complaining about a 6-game win streak. It is. But let's just take each win for its own. Raptors, they win 121-115. That was a food fight the entire time. Okay? Portland, they win 128-112. That wasn't easy. No. It was never over. They go to Phoenix and win 125-123 when the Suns had a chance to win
I thought it was a pretty good game, though, overall.
Yeah, Suns had a chance to win that at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Mavericks come to town, pulling teeth to win that game.
You needed a 50-point game from Jamal and a 20-20-20 game from Jokic.
Pulling teeth to win that game. Utah, they win by 6. They were down the entire time.
Yeah.
You needed just a fascinating finish to win that game. And then last night, of all these wins, that was probably their best because they won resoundingly at the end. But I feel you. I understand where you're coming from.
It's not that I'm mad. I can't get a read on it.
Me neither.
I can.
I can't get a read either.
I got to read.
I don't know how to read.
I got to read.
Help me read.
Vic, you had a line.
I can't read.
Help me read.
Oh, was that the dog with the it was the dog in the commercial?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. What's your read, Moj?
Vic, you said this line a long time ago, but it applies today. They're playing with their food.
But are they? Or is this who? Are they?
Well, tell me how you feel.
No, they're okay. They're better than all these teams, and they're better than the way they're playing all these teams, in my opinion. Maybe people say, well, no, not at this point. I mean, you are who you are. Well, maybe. But I'm going to contrast it with the Avalanche here in just a little bit. I think they're playing with their food. It looks like they're just kind of screwing around to me at times, Vic.
I think it's the way they're giving up turnovers.
Yeah, but they didn't turn the ball 2 games ago. They didn't turn the ball over hardly at all.
First half last
they just
night
Yeah, but against the Jazz, they didn't turn the ball over hardly at all. But they refused to play defense in that game. Refused to play defense against guys named Brett Kane.
Yeah. Here's the bottom line, and you guys tell me if I'm off here, because there is no sniffing at a 6-game win streak in March. It's a great thing. You needed it. You got it. But right now, they don't give you, maybe I'm off. Do they give you the impression of a championship team?
No. And that's my main problem.
Is it us?
I was talking about this earlier, Vic.
Is that being a hater?
Having a behavior. Oklahoma City, if I ask anybody who has watched a minute of basketball this year.
They want to eat your children.
Is Oklahoma City a championship contender?
Yes.
Everybody will tell you yes without hesitation. Here's the reason why.
They look mean and scary.
They want to eat your children.
Yes.
They want to beat you and beat you badly.
And here's the reason why. They beat good teams. And when they play bad teams, the game's over by the third quarter.
Bad teams,
they eat them up.
Yeah.
San Antonio is the exact same way.
Exactly. That's why, dude, we said for the first half of the season, Vic, Moj, all of us, I don't think San Antonio's a nice team. They won't be a contender when the postseason rolls around, though. They're too young, inexperienced. Changed my mind. I've watched them beat the holy hell out of people for the entire season. You're now in the category. Like, you're able to win a championship because they behave like a championship team. The Nuggets just too often, and again, I don't want to sound like I'm whining. It's not whining, it's confusion that you're hearing, okay? Not whining.
Hey, Brett, I may be sitting way over here.
Yeah.
It sure sounds like whining from over here.
It's not, though. It's frustration from confusion because I don't know what to do with them.
It's okay. First of all, don't let anybody ever tell you different. Don't let people say a win is a win because not every win is created equal. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay to formulate a level of concern after a win because you're a sophisticated enough fan, right, to see through some of this.
Yeah. And it wasn't about last night. It's about Friday.
I'm going to give you an example. Do you remember 14 months ago, the Denver Nuggets had, I believe it was an 8-game win streak before the All-Star break?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was said about that win streak, what Nikola Jokic said?
Didn't he say something like it was hiding a lot of the problems?
It was masking a lot of our problems.
Yeah.
I feel the same way about this one.
Kind of.
I do. Defensively, listen, this team, if you bring this defense that they're playing right now into the playoffs, you're going to lose.
You're not going to just lose. You're going to get smoked.
You're going to lose.
Because it's either they can't, like I said.
No, listen. If you bring this defense, this energy on defense, you're going to lose.
Vic, I don't doubt it whatsoever.
You're going to lose.
I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier.
And you may lose in the first round if you bring that defense.
I don't want to cast aspersions on players because these are NBA players. But when you've got guys from the Utah Jazz, these are NBA players. They should be in the league. But when you refuse to play defense on Kenny Chandler and John Conchar.
Until the very end.
Yeah, until the very John Conchar.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like,
Moj.
dudes, these guys want you to play defense.
Moj.
They're begging you to stop them.
Moj, Utah's 2 best players that night sat on the bench for the fourth quarter.
Vic, I'm well aware.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but Filipowski and Sensabaugh didn't play.
Sensabaugh, by the way, he was pretty efficient than they sat him.
And Filipowski, who was eating all night.
And maybe this is why I was accused of being whiny.
Yeah,
because
can you imagine having 25 points and then you sit the fourth?
You don't play at all.
It's just ridiculous.
Here's what we usually do. And because it's just natural. If the Avs or Nuggets have 2 games over the weekend, the most recent game is the one that gets the most attention. And for me, I'm focusing more on the game Friday and not the game last night, which is part of the problem, I suppose. Because last night was mostly fine. They bleeped around for a half, and then we're like, all right, we'll close this.
Why bleep around?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why be down at the half? Why?
Maybe this is just because I threw this out there. I don't know if this is the case or not. For teams that have been perennial playoff teams, you can tell their level of care for the regular season isn't as high as other teams, right? You aren't going full bore every night. You're like, all right, we'll make the playoffs, and then we'll do this and that. Maybe that's where they're at. Maybe. At the same time, their record with their starters is pretty good, you know? Despite the way that maybe I'm talking about it right now and the way that it's looked, it's been pretty good. So I don't know. We'll get back to this in a second.
I guess Nikola Jokic spoke of some of this during his postgame presser. Of course, there was no postgame show, so we would have no knowledge of this. We're going to play some of it because not all win streaks are created equal, and not all losing streaks are created equal. I'm going to ask you a question real quick. The Nuggets had a run where they lost to OKC at the buzzer. They lost to the Lakers at the buzzer. They beat the Spurs, and they blew out the Rockets. That's a 4-game run. Did they play better basketball in those 4 games in which they lost 2 or the last 6?
Do you want that answer? Do you want that answered now?
No, I want the answer right now.
The answer is they played better in the 2-2 stretch than they did the last 6 games.
Because you know, right? You see it. You see it, right, Brett?
Yes,
you see it.
Of course.
Sometimes you lose and you play better basketball. They lost those 2 OKC losses. They played better basketball in those games.
And you're affected by that more in hockey than you are even in hoops.
Sure. We'll get back to this in just a second. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
How would you imagine waking up? Brett, stop it. What did you say to him? You can't keep doing this to me. Ellie, next break. How would you imagine waking up? Brett, stop it. What did you say to him? You can't keep doing this to me. Ellie, next break.
Jesus. Just a lack of professionalism.
All right, so here's what happened. So Nelly gets in our ears over here, and he says, hey, you have a read coming up after this commercial or something.
God, Nelly's always in our ears, too. Always in there.
But for somebody who said, Texter says, Brett, stop messing Moser up. I didn't do anything.
He didn't do a damn thing.
Here's what happened. Moser, waiting for his read, I don't think was expecting a commercial that was like 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, cool hair, by the way. It looks shaven and stupid.
To you.
To me.
Yeah. He made fun of you. He poked fun at your haircut.
And then realized about 2 seconds of dead air has passed and panic hits the on button, which leads me to laugh. And then he can't speak.
And then it was time for him to be a professional. And he couldn't become a professional. Just couldn't do it.
Everything was totally fine until you literally leapt out of your chair.
Because you panic hit the on button.
It was completely smooth. Not a person listening would have known.
Hang on. I'm glad we have a witness this time. Was that my fault, Vic?
No, you did nothing
Thank you.
wrong. And you lack such professionalism that you refuse to do your reads with your camera on. Look at me. I do my reads with my camera on all the time.
do I.
Nobody ever bothers me. I'm unbothered by anyone. You are so worried
You're a coward.
that you turn your camera off.
You're a coward.
How would you imagine waking up? Brett, stop it.
Hey, listen to this. Listen.
Hang on. Play the whole thing one more time.
This is 2026. This is a professional broadcaster doing a commercial read.
How would you imagine waking up? Brett, stop it.
What did you say there?
You can't keep doing this to me. Ellie, next break.
Not to mention the laugh of a 40-year smoker right there.
I know,
I mean, that was crazy.
What was that supposed to be for?
Take a guess.
Anastasia?
Yes, Anastasia Bell.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
She probably would prefer you doing it anyway. She's very professional, unlike you guys.
What? What? Again?
Maintain your composure, and then I'll maintain my composure.
We're just sitting here.
You insulted me. And
you
then
take it like a man and don't lose your composure.
All right, got it.
You can't keep doing this to me.
All right, listen.
It sounds like you're getting tortured.
I know. It's awful.
It's like you're tickling Moser just way too much. Do it again.
You can't keep doing this to me.
That almost sounds like you're in tears.
Anyway. I'm getting over this plague, though. The Riker, Winnipeg, Pittsburgh plague. Keep going.
Dude, these allergies got to stop.
Let's rock and roll.
Just going back to this real quick, and we'll move on. Now we're all being accused of being whiners about the Nuggets because they've won 6 straight.
Right.
And
nobody's whining. Look, the results are great.
See, but I understand where people are coming from. Like, your team wins, you want to talk about the wins. Look, man, I've been a professional at this. I did this every Monday after a Broncos game. So I know what this feeling is like, and I just need people to understand. It, to me, is about a behavior that you need to have when the postseason comes along.
You have to play better defense.
And it would be different if the Nuggets were sort of a little engine that could, a team that was on the rise, but they're in a category right now of anything short of a title is not good enough, and that's a different sort of thing. And it's why, Moj, we'll get to the Avs in a bit, but when the Avs lost to Winnipeg over the weekend, you know what I did? I was kind of like, yeah, that stinks. Oh, well. Because the Avs behave like a team that's going to win a cup. That's why. And it's different to me for the Nuggets because I haven't seen a level of consistent play where I say over a 7-game series, would this level beat Oklahoma City? Would this level beat the Spurs? Would this level beat the Timberwolves? And my answer to that is at best, and I don't know.
Chris writes in, I feel the tone is really negative in regard to the Nuggets this morning. They did some good things, but all I hear is doom and gloom. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to us. Listen to them.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm at every press conference. I listen to them. They know their defense has to be a lot better.
And it wasn't the second half last night. It was great last night. 40 points in the second half.
And by the way, I don't think that any of us have been, this is Debbie Downer. Nobody's being a Debbie Downer, but we're addressing.
Wait. I'm Debbie Downing their defense. You're damn right.
Their defense overall,
it's not good enough.
No, but I'm not Debbie Downering the fact that they won. They're putting themselves in position to have home floor against whomever in that first round. But what are the expectations? Where should this team be compared to where it is? How should this team be looking in these W's compared to how are they looking in these W's?
I would not be. All we have in this business is our word. That's all we have, right?
Yeah.
You asked me for the keys to the game before the Utah game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what I said?
Defense.
I said, show me that you can play defense. Show me in these remaining games you can play defense because you're going to need to play it in the postseason. What did they show you in that Utah game?
That Utah, with whoever the hell they were putting on the floor, could score still.
So let me get this straight. You want me to turn around into the same microphone after I said that's what I wanted to see? That's what they wanted to see.
Yeah.
And then lie to you and say, oh, yeah, I'm joking. They were fine. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
So you call Debbie down. You call it whatever you want. If they aspire to win an NBA title again, which I think they can, they have to lock down defense.
Yeah.
They have to.
They have to know that inside the room. They have to know that. When you look at the NBA, Brett, when I look at the standings in the Western Conference, and right now the Nuggets sit in the number 4 spot. They're a game behind the Lakers. Ooh, could I possibly think they could get to the 3? Could they? When you look at the defense they play, though, let's not count the play-in teams, although we can if you want to. All right, fine, let's count the play-in teams. So the top 10 teams in the West, including the team you beat last night, nobody plays worse defense than the Nuggets.
Nobody. Hey, listen.
No, of the top 10 teams in the playoffs right now. In fact, let me go down and look. Yeah, the only teams that play worse defense, Memphis, New Orleans, Dallas, Utah, Sacramento, they're all out.
Yeah.
The top 10 teams in the West all play, the Nuggets play the worst defense of all of them.
Not everybody disagrees with us. Casey says, hey, when you're too positive, everyone calls you a homer, but you put in a little critical thinking and suddenly you're whining. 1,600, you guys are right. The hell are these people talking about? They do not look good enough right now. They're squeaking by bad teams. They've got to be better. It's okay to... Guys, the reason why I'm telling you it's okay to think this way is, what do you think they're thinking? What do you think their coaching staff is saying? I'm just curious. What do you think they're thinking?
Okay, I just met... I want to save this for a little bit later. It's a question about Adelman and his behavior and what he says post-game after games like Utah. I want to get back to that in a bit. But can we start with this? Because I was conflicted when this happened this weekend.
Got to cut and run through the ball. Who better than this guy?
Get it into Boozer, back for Sarr, ahead, Boozer, that ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds, Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good! We're .3! UConn goes in front!
So a few things real quick. That was obviously the national call of the UConn and Duke finish. Iron Eagle, amazing at his job.
Noah.
That was Noah. That was Noah, yes.
No. Oh, no, that was Ian.
That was Ian.
Noah we had Noah last night. Yeah, sorry.
Ian, no, both of them. Really good at their job. Amazing call.
All the Eagles. The Eagles, they rock.
Secondly, if you saw the announcer cam that they had on that, I thought Bill Raftery died. I thought they almost sent him to the beyond because he looked shocked.
I cannot believe a school and a program of Duke's stature with the lead they had lost that game.
So it's their 19-point league that dissipated at the end of a game. It was also, can I say something real quick? That was the right play to make. He just didn't make it. There were 2 Duke players with all of UConn's guys on the opposite side of the floor. Throw up a 500 ball and the game's over. But you throw like a bullet between 4 arms, and that's what's going to happen.
You don't need to throw anything. All you have to do, if you're Duke,
just dribble,
hold the ball.
Hold the ball. Yeah,
they're coming to foul you. They need to get the ball back.
But what I'm saying is, Vic, if he just
But there's no reason.
Throws it 20 feet in the air.
But there's no reason to throw the ball at all. Well, inbound the ball, hold the ball.
I think what he's getting at, Vic, is this. Literally, if he had done anything but what he did, they win the game.
Yes, I know.
That's what he's getting at.
What you could have done.
Literally, he could have put it on the floor and sat on it like a chicken on an egg.
Let me tell you what you could have done.
I don't know what else to tell you.
You get the ball inbounded. You could have taken the ball, opened up your drawers, and put the ball in your pants.
Yeah.
You literally, you could have punted the ball.
Yep. Think about all the things that had to lead to that, by the way. It's not just, okay, so he threw the ball away. The fact that the dude had to hit a three from the logo and it was nothing but net to close it out, too.
Unreal.
Like, and here's my problem. I was very, very conflicted. And here's why. God, do I love seeing Duke blow a game like that. I think America does. Unless you're a Duke fan, you have no problem seeing that happen to Duke. But who wins?
I'm telling you, I know. I almost hate Hurley.
I want a Duke.
Vic, did you see his
I thought the same thing.
Listen, you guys might. I know there's a lot of Duke haters and all that. I wanted Duke, and I was upset that Duke lost. So
did you see Hurley's jacket partially off his body? Did you see that? I understand he's excited.
I don't want
that guy to have joy.
Yeah.
Why do I want that guy to have joy?
I did not want UConn to win that game. I wanted Duke to win that game.
My wife heard an interview with Dan Hurley. It was one of those pregame shows. No, she said the TV was just on. She said, "What's that guy's name? Hurd?" And I go, "You were listening to Colin Cowherd at the house?" She goes, "It was just on the TV, and I saw that UConn coach. He goes, he seems like a real jerk." And I go, "Well, you got a good read on people, babe, because he is a real jerk. I hate him, and I hate him more than I hate Duke. I found that out the second that they hit that shot."
You know, your wife's an opinionated woman. Don't get me wrong.
She's very nice unless you rub her the wrong way.
Yeah, but she's also a pretty good judge in that regard. I would give her
the wrong way.
Yeah, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
I wouldn't even think about it. Trust me. But she's a pretty good judge of that. And so if she says it, I believe it.
I wanted Duke to win that game, and they blew the game. I was so angry at how they blew the game, I thought they deserved to lose the game.
Yeah.
All you have to do, if you're John Shire, is tell your guys, when you're going to Duke, hold the ball.
Right.
Clock. They're coming to get you. They're coming to foul you. They need the ball.
Wait a minute. I just remembered what she said. This is what made her mad about the Hurley interview. They said something about, have you second-guessed, I think Howard asked him, have you second-guessed your decision to not, what NBA job was he offered? Was it the Celtics?
The Lakers.
It was the Lakers game,
Yes.
right.
Did you second-guess that decision? He goes, I second-guess all my decisions. Second-guess that. I second-guess my marriage. And then he stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, he said he was about to second-guess his marriage.
Yeah.
So if you ever said that, I was like, nah, I get it. Probably not something you want to say into a microphone. Yeah.
She'd be gone.
You know, and the way it's laying out now, because they play Illinois, they could I'm not going to say Illinois is going to lay down. That's a pretty good team. But they have the easier road to the championship game. UConn does.
I think Illinois is going to give UConn all they want.
I hope they do.
Illinois is because you know why? Do you know why Illinois is in every game, Vic?
Because they've got a Balkan team. It's a bunch of older dudes from the Balkans.
And you know what they do?
They play hard.
They play defense.
Yeah.
They play defense. So the score's always somewhere around, 62-60. I mean, that kind of game. It's they play they can't outscore you. They can't put 95 on you.
Some would argue that the real national championship is the other semifinal, Arizona and Michigan, which is going to be going to be a war.
Yep.
That's going to be a show. I can't wait for that one. Wow.
I mean, the fact that Arizona can just put up like 1 billion points whenever they want to.
Michigan can too.
I know.
That's going to be a hell of a game.
Yeah, Illinois is becoming that. It's like when I hated Virginia every year in the tournament because their games were 50-40.
I of the remaining teams, I want Illinois. Team Kreckman on this one. Team Legwald and Kreckman. I want Illinois. I want Lou Henson. I want the Illini.
I wouldn't mind Zona.
Nah, I want Illinois.
I wouldn't mind Zona.
The fact that you called him Zona,
yeah,
God, that was the dumbest thing you've said in 3 weeks.
The reference itself makes me want to vomit.
Friggin' Zona. Yeah,
you
know what? I wouldn't mind Zona. I may take a flight to Frisco. Shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
Just do another read there, Moj.
Okay, of the all right, let's hate watch of the remaining teams. Who do you not want to win?
Oh, come on,
most?
UConn.
Then who? I want no part of Michigan. Get the hell Michigan out of there. I want no part. I've always hated Michigan. Obviously, you guys know why.
It's fair.
Want no part of Michigan. Get out.
Yeah, Michigan can go.
After that, Arizona.
Give me Illinois, Arizona, and then we're good. Give me that.
And that's how you view these games.
I want Zona.
You view these games on the condition of hatred. Who do you hate the most?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, that's what the end of the NCAA tournament is all the time. It's who do I hate? And that's my rooting interest is whoever is playing that team.
You know what? No, stop. What I want you to do is I want you to use the shortened version of every city, every team from now on.
When referencing the team, just shorten their name.
The fact that I'm being criticized by somebody, you will meet someone, and in 5 seconds you will shorten their name to your own nickname.
That's because I forget their name.
We have a text.
I remember initials. I can do initials pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's the actual full name.
Nothing?
Initials, that works well for me.
Mass Bandit chimes in. You guys are missing the fact that DU is going back to the Frozen Four.
We're not missing that fact.
And you are supposed to be hockey guys. I'm not missing that fact at all.
I'm
very well aware of it.
Dude, we're 36 minutes into the program.
We haven't even mentioned the Avalanche yet.
Hey, Mass Bandit, we're very well aware. So next time you want to just add a rundown to our show, call and apply for a producer's job. And maybe you'll get a chance to have us talk about whatever you want us to talk about at your time. But you know what? It's our show. We will talk about it on our time.
All right, Mass Bandit, I have your telephone number. I'll tell you what I'll do. After the program today,
private show,
if you don't get enough, I will call you, and we'll talk DU Pioneer hockey till the cows come home. I will say this. Now the Mass Bandit has pulled me in. You can't keep doing this to me. God, did I sound like that? What an idiot.
DU is so good at what they do, and that coach is so good, that getting there every year now, as they do.
David Carl?
It's like, yeah. This is who they are. This is what they do. This is where they live.
They put up 4 in the first.
This is where they live.
I think that's never happened.
They took the defending champs and completely disemboweled them in the first period.
So you have to understand.
But I think that's never happened before in a tournament game where they've had 4 periods or 4 goals in a period.
They just popped them hard early. But the thing is, they played good hockey all year long. But the conference tournament, boom, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba. And then they get Cornell, blammo, 5-0. Then they get the defending national champs for a trip to the Frozen Four. And Brett, they punk them in the first period.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that
Moser, why are they so good? Is it their?
I think
they
David.
They get these Canadians come down and take those scholarships.
Well, a lot of teams do.
Yeah,
ASU has Canadians that come down to take those
I
scholarships.
understand that, but why are they so much better than every other program?
David, they have good players for number one.
I know, but how do they get them?
David Carl's a great coach.
Can I ask you? Is it because they're able to provide more funds due to the fact they don't have a football team at DU?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. There's a lot of private money, but if that's the case, then why is the basketball team not better?
I have no idea.
Why is the DU basketball team that plays at beautiful Magnus Arena? Why are they? They never. I mean, they have all the money in the world to spend theoretically.
For example, Gonzaga.
Because the
right?
lacrosse team's a national champion. The gymnastics.
You should have a pool of money because you don't have a football team taking all that money.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is our penultimate regular season Avs Ticket Tuesday. That means another chance to win Avs tickets. Be listening for the keywords on the 20s all day from your home for the Avs. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I do want to get to the Avs and their loss over the weekend to the Jets in just a moment, along with an opening series sweep for the Rocks. We'll do all that in a couple minutes. Stick around.
All right, we got this. Since Moser's having issues, I will handle it. We're going to talk a little bit about Anastasia Bell and what she does for those mountain properties that you desire. You are ready to embrace the mountain lifestyle. You just don't know how to find that perfect place up there, that second home, or that investment property. Well, you got to have a little money to begin with. So if you're rich, this is for you. I have your answer. It's Anastasia Bell. Interesting name and a fantastic agent. She's an absolute expert when it comes to these mountain properties. Right, Moj?
I mean, she's tremendous, yes.
All right, very good. If you need to look at some of those properties up there, whether it's Breckenridge, Vail, whatever part of the mountains, if you like the mountains, Anastasia has a home for you. Call her at Breckenridge Associates, 970-968-7646. That's 970-968-7646. Why is she better than most agents, Moshe?
Well, because her professionalism is unsurpassed. Her knowledge is the best there is. And she's been doing this for quite a while, sought out by a lot of people.
It helps to have some money, too, when you have to seek out mountain properties.
I don't know, man. I might just want to pack up and get away from you and find a little shack someplace. She can do that, too.
Again, if you have some disposable income, you're looking for a second home, or you're looking to just buckle up and move, if you have money, call her today. There are properties in the mountains with your name on it, and her name is Anastasia Bell.
All right, Moj. So the Avs, the upcoming schedule, I want to get to the Jets game in a second, but just to kind of lay this out for people. The Avs have a 6-point lead right now over Dallas for first place with 2 games in hand on them. So they're still in good shape. 2 games in hand,
correct.
You obviously don't want to lose.
Dallas lost yesterday in Philly beyond regulation.
So Calgary is who you have tonight. Calgary is given up on the year. Vancouver is the game after that on Wednesday. They've given up on the year, and that all leads up to that Dallas game in Dallas on Saturday.
Correct.
But to the Winnipeg game over the weekend, just felt like not a typical Avs game. Only, was it 23 shots on goal at the end of it?
Do you know how frustrating it is to play in those games? How frustrating it is to call those games?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
Like the Avs and Jets
not a lot
game
of
the other
action.
day.
Yeah.
Well, let me explain. Because in the NHL, people say, well, why can't the Avs just do something about it? Well, they can. And again, I gave the Jets a lot of credit all night long. They play hard. They played hard for their coach. They played hard. The problem with the Jets is they lost some offensive scoring. Hellebuck went a little bit, I mean, he had 42 wins last year.
Yeah.
This year he's got what, 19?
Something like that.
Yeah. So you see the difference here. But they can, I mean, it's a team that was the best team in the league last year, points-wise, through the regular season. 116 points. They can do that to you because they do play hard and they've got some very good players. It's incredibly frustrating. They're allowed to take away the middle of the ice from you. You cannot stick handle and maneuver. They jump on you hard. They back check like mothers. They support each other very, very well.
So what if somebody does that in the playoffs to you?
You got to fight through it, Vic. And this is why I say, look, for a single game, can that work? Yeah.
Hard through
but
7.
you get me in a 7-game series, the Avs are going to win out. That's number one. Okay, but it's just a frustrating way to watch hockey. Vic, here's an example. In the last 30 minutes and 30 seconds of that game, the Jets had 5 shots on goal. 5.
Yeah.
All they wanted to do all game long was counterpunch. They never actually tried to really push the issue. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, and Vic, get this. In that span, the Jets had 5 shots. The Avs had 9. 9.
Yeah.
So 14 total shots in the last 30 minutes and 30 seconds of that game. It's the style they play. Imagine this. We're playing a football game. And you know what it is, Vic? It's 19-21. There is no passing. It's just running.
Yeah.
The entire game is rush and punt. No passing, no nothing. There's none of that. That's what that kind of hockey is like. It's incredibly disciplined on the Jets' part, don't get me wrong, but it's incredibly frustrating and ugly to watch.
I know your answer is going to be, I don't know what this is anymore, but what did you think of the goalie interference?
I don't know what it is anymore.
Yeah.
I truly do not know. I was asked that yesterday. I said, I've seen less called goalie interference, less oomph, and I've seen way more contact called not goalie interference.
Right.
I just truly don't know. Do you think Jared Bednar would challenge if he thought that it wasn't?
Well, their argument is what? Landy was the driving force that put him in the position he was in, sort of thing? Like, that's the argument, I guess?
I mean, Blackwood's entitled to his blue paint and to make a save in his right flipper. You know, it's about when the puck gets there and da-da-da. You know, all this, how does Taves get to the crease, all this kind of thing.
Whatevs. At the end of the day, you hate to lose, but at this point, given the lead they had against Dallas, it's still okay.
Yes.
It's still okay. Still got a game in hand.
If you're talking about a 7-game series,
it's all right.
I like my guys all day and all night. That's not to say that they don't have to fight through things, and if teams want to get ugly on them, they don't have to break through that, dump and chase, and then win those battles. The key here is that Winnipeg got a 1-0 lead.
What is
Velarde scores 3:51 in, and you're like, oh, here we go. Then the game gets tied, but the Jets don't panic because they're just playing their same game. They would love to pull out at least a point. They want to send it to overtime.
You know, this smacks of the Avs trying to get Mackenzie Blackwood right before the postseason.
So I'm having Nelly comb through the post game because if I have this correct, I thought I heard Bednar say something along the lines of, we are tinkering with lineups right now to try some different things.
Oh, they definitely are.
And look, when you have a lead like this, fine. Now, if Dallas was 2 points back with no games in hand as opposed to 6 with 2 games in hand, you're probably not doing this. But it sounded to me like we're going to sacrifice maybe the best chance to win tonight to try and get some guys going. Does that make sense?
Sure. And things were mixed up, definitely.
Yeah.
As you get healthier, things are going to start to slot into place. But I mean, Lehkonen was playing with Kadri to begin that game. You have different things, different parts, different things being moved. So, I mean, who goes to that third line? You got Gabe still up. And so Gabe was up there with Nathan McKinnon. Marty Natchez wasn't there. Natchez was playing with Brock Nelson.
Yeah.
Which he's been playing with McKinnon all season long. So, yeah, you're tweaking some things to see if some different things can work, if need be, and so on. I see nothing wrong with that.
By the way, Texture says, can we play audio of Moser's goal call?
Drops it into Nichushkin. Racing toward the end boards. Big Val comes up with it. To the point in Manson. Wrist shot. Floated. Score! Parker Kelly. Oh, butter my button. Call me a biscuit. He got a piece between the circles. And the Avs have tied the game at 2.
Got a shout from the Spit and Chicklets boys on that one. I don't know if you saw that.
Is that the second time I've ever done that?
The butter my button, call me a biscuit?
Is that 2?
You've done that I thought 3 or 4.
Well, butter my button, call me a biscuit.
I haven't done it this year. Maybe all last season. I don't know. I don't remember. I thought it was just 2.
Well, it's deserved because Parker Kelly's having a hell of a year. Now,
I was kind of thinking they're going to win too. But, I mean, look, he's got 17 goals. His previous career high is 8. He's playing his butt off. But listen, I don't think I'm going to do that anymore.
Why?
Because some of the hate and the accusations come through.
Why do you care?
I do it for.
Who cares what Dallas thinks?
It's for our peeps and it's for you.
Yeah. So why do you?
By the way, Dallas Stars fans are insufferable.
Yeah, we knew that.
They hate me. I hate them. Let's get it on.
Can I tell you something else that I noticed?
On the stupid Avs feed.
Something else that I noticed over the weekend, and it was one of those it was 2 sentences. The first one shocked me. The second one blew me away. It was from the official Golden Knights account that said the Vegas Golden Knights have relieved Bruce Cassidy of his duties as head coach.
Here you go.
And I said, that's pretty surprising.
I thought it was a darn Schefter.
And then the next
one? And then the next sentence was, John Tortorella has been named head coach.
I had the same. How many John Tortorellas are there? What? How is he the coach of every team every time a vacancy comes up?
So he's Doc Rivers.
He's everywhere. Every time there's a coach getting fired. And our new coach is
John
Tortorella.
Doc Rivers gets fired. Nobody thinks he does a really good job. He goes to a TV studio, speaks for a couple of months. Some team fires their coach and you know what we could use? Doc Rivers. And then he stinks there, and then he gets fired again. Then he goes on TV, and then it's just this cycle of Torts being
many head
over
coaching
and over
jobs has John Tortorella had?
Torts has had a lot of different jobs. Let me try to go through it. He started out the Rangers. He's coached the Lightning to a Stanley Cup championship. He's coached Van, of course, the Blue Jackets, had the Philly gig recently, and now Vegas.
He's seen the entire country.
Yeah, he has. I'll tell you, I don't think he's the easiest guy to play for.
I can understand why he wears thin very quickly.
Do you know who loved playing for him recently? EJ.
I'm sure, but I guarantee after a while that wears thin.
I'm sure it does, but I thought I was being punked. Johnny Lyle sent it to me. I'm like, yeah, why is he screwing with me today? I thought I was being punked.
But
that Cassidy got the ziggy.
So hang on a second. Torts was not in the Vegas organization, right?
No.
So how often does this happen? I just wanted to make sure.
They need it smacks of let's get an injection of Torts before the postseason.
Well, it's absolutely true because Vegas is sort of just bumping along in third place doing nothing.
But Moj,
you're in a crappy division.
You're 2.5 weeks away from the playoffs, and you said, let's bring in somebody who doesn't know any of these people to run the team?
Right.
That seems really weird. It's almost like it's not the same, but do you guys remember when the Colts fired their coach a couple years ago? And then they brought in Jeff Saturday from the ESPN Sunday Countdown desk. Never coached before. Just like, here, you take over. You're like, well, this seems weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Blown away. By the way.
I mean, Cassidy came in and they won a Stanley Cup right away.
The best,
whatever.
The best team in the NHL is back at it tonight, and the only place you can hear the game is right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage of tonight's Avs in Flames game starts at 6 p.m. with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Back after this.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here. I'm going to talk to one of my fellow olds. Mark Moser joins me now. Moser and I both have one thing in common. We have trouble reading small words. Correct, Moshe?
Well, I mean, small type print. I can read small words.
But when you're at the restaurant late at night, there's no light. You have trouble reading the menu, correct?
Yeah, I've got to get my shades out and look on down.
You have the progressive lenses like I do. I mean, look at me right now. I'm wearing these little lenses on my nose.
Ben Franklin, yep.
You should call Dr. Cudarelli, my buddy at Cudarelli Vision, because he's got this thing called refractive lens exchange. Have you ever heard of this, Moshe?
I have. You've talked about it all the time. A lot of people are getting fixed.
So what it is it fixes all of your farsightedness, and it's the opposite. Farsightedness means you can't see the stuff up close. It fixes it through this procedure, but not only makes it for perfect vision, you also eliminate any threat of cataracts. And look at you. I'm looking at your face right now. You probably have so many cataracts in your brain right now and in your eyeballs. This does it all. Not only does it fix your vision, it gets rid of cataracts. If you want some information whether or not you qualify for Cudarelli Vision and refractive lens exchange, contact him today at coloradorle.com. Moj, I went through the process. He visited with me. He consulted me. I'm not there yet. My eyes are not nearly old enough. I haven't progressed to that level. But you, I'm looking at you. Oh, my God. I guarantee you would qualify. So get a Zoom consultation today. coloradorle.com.
All right, because there's so much that happened over the weekend, I'm trying to fit all of this into 3 hours. So let's get back to the Nuggets here in a few minutes. The Rockies get swept in their opener of the season, and every game felt like the same thing, which stinks. I do think there's notes of, and I can feel Moser's eyes rolling already, positivity from these first 3 games, but the sort of song and dance that we've been living in is Rockies can't seem to close out a game, and that has happened repeatedly over the first 3. They are only the 9th team in MLB history to lose the first 3 games of the season with a -3 run differential. All 1-run losses. How about that?
I watched that game yesterday. Not all of it. I was in and out. I saw they took the lead in the opening inning. I saw they left runners on base when they could have. I mean, they could have blown that thing wide open. Could have blown it wide open.
I thought they were. That first inning was so good. Like Willie Castro and TJ Rumfield were downing counts. They force walks, and then you get the bases clearing shot from Jordan Beck, and then it was just nothing the rest of the game. Nothing.
Yeah. And then what happened there in the bottom of the 9th was, I'm not even surprised because you sort of felt it coming along.
Yeah.
Right? You felt it. And then that bomb to end the game. You're like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be that, huh? This is where we are this year, huh? This is what we're going to do? Victor Vodnik giving up that walk-off?
You know, the funny thing is in the middle of that interview with Michael Lorenzen, they did it in like the 4th or 5th inning.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Lorenzen pretty much said, this is what's going to happen. He goes, I think we built this team correctly. We're going to have to build as the season goes on, though, and I think we're going to. Like, that was his general statement. I think I could kind of see it. Like, here's some things they've done that's different this year. Did you notice that they're like, I think they're 3rd in the league in stolen bases, which they never were aggressive on the base paths before. They're trying to do that. Manufacture runs in a different way. But it's just.
You get that's fine. That's fine. You could see progress being made in how they built it, but you're going to get popped in the Jimmy a few times, and they did yesterday.
Yes, exactly right.
They did. They just got hit in the Jimmy.
Really all weekend.
Yeah.
It's like you're right there, couldn't find a way to close it out. And
and now it's on to Toronto.
Hey, you ever get hit in the little dingy?
3 times this weekend.
So before the season began officially last week, the end of last week, you heard DMac right talk. It doesn't matter what your point of view is. You can say, oh, my God. Look, they're right there against, well, Marlins aren't very good, but these are all 1-run losses. Hey, man, the first team in the history of the solar system to lose the first 3 games of the season by combined 3 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So if you're predisposed to want to find some happiness and some silver lining, there it is.
That they're losing
your boy
games?
Rumfield hit his first homer.
I like his approach to that bat, by the way.
Tovar hit a bomb.
I would feel a lot better about those numbers that you just gave us, if not the fact they're playing a bad team.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, so but you can find some joy in it.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer to pull the Moj. I call this the Moj.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to sit back here with a smirk on my face.
I know.
Disappointment in my heart. And just listen to you two flap your gums about, you know what?
I'm giving you a couple minutes of show on the Rocks. That's it. I'm going to give you a couple minutes.
And no, flap your gums all you want, Flapper.
I'll give you my baseball talk too. What I saw over the weekend. Baseball is becoming fun again, and I love what they're doing with these closers in different markets. Like when you have a great closer come in and they're playing the music and the theme song.
Oh, Mason Miller's corn
Mason
intro?
Miller was phenomenal. They had a live trumpeter. Is that what they call him, Nelly?
A trumpeter, yes.
Trumpeter or not? It's not a trumpeter.
You can call it what you want, man.
They have a live trumpeter.
What do they call you? Sorry, Vic.
What are you?
They call me a sax player, babe. I know you keep thinking I play a flute, man. They call me a saxophone aficionado.
Let's be honest, man.
I blow hard. That's what I call it.
You blow hard. You blow into metal objects, and if you needed to, you could definitely do it into a trombone or a flute.
So
surely there's a horn expert somewhere in this building.
In LA, they had a live trumpeter welcoming
Diaz.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was so cool. It's just cool.
What did you guys think, just quickly, and then we'll move on, of the ABS stuff? Because that is, look.
It's quick. That's what I love
fast.
about it. Boy, it's making some of these umps look bad.
Well, that CB Buckner guy over the week, he had 8 calls that were challenged over the weekend. He had 5 in a game, and all 5 got overturned. Bad look.
How many are you allowed?
So I didn't know the rules. I tried to look them up this morning. Here's what I can understand. You get 2 unsuccessful calls before you're out. So to my knowledge, I think you can do it however many times you want.
But you have to do it within 2 seconds.
But yes, it has to be quick. And if you miss twice, then you're done. By the way, this is what it sounds like if you wait too long. Twins manager Derek Shelton, he got ejected over the weekend in a game against the O's. And here's what happened. He thought that, it was called ball 4. His guy started trotting down first base. He thought the pitcher took too long to ask for the challenge. So he runs out and gets pissed. This is, I think this is Orioles TV talking about it.
And Helsley drops in a slider that is called ball 4. I don't think Adley Rutschman.
I think he
did challenge.
The pitcher is challenging.
Oh, the pitcher's challenging.
Yeah, he put him right to his hat.
Ryan Helsley with the first pitcher challenge. And it goes! The first challenge by an Orioles pitcher, and Derek Shelton is incensed. He didn't think Helsley got that off in time.
Well, he went right to his hat. He came off the mound and tapped his hat.
Les Diaz is yelling at Derek Shelton to get back. And the runner, Keyshaw, will be sent back to first. And Derek Shelton's been thrown out. He's arguing with the robots. You can't defeat the robots.
So the next great debate will be, you got to put a clock on how soon you call for it, right? It's 2 seconds.
Must be, yeah.
That's going to be the next debate. Is it done in time?
Here's what's great, though. Did you hear that pop from the crowd when that thing got overturned? Pretty cool, actually. They throw that up on the big board. Everybody sees it. It's like, oh, it did catch it. It's kind of like in tennis where they have that, I don't know what they call that system, the in-out with the ball thing, whatever that is.
That's the, what do they call that again? Hold on.
You can't defeat the robots.
What do they call that system?
Yeah, whatever it is.
That we have to come up with it just on our own. But I know the answer to this.
The innie or outie?
No. Oh, man. What is that called? They use... It's not the hieroglyphic system.
No, I don't think it's hieroglyphic.
The Hawkeye? We're going back to the old Egyptian days?
Yeah. I don't think it's hieroglyphic.
What is it called?
Is it the Hawkeye? Is that what you're referring to?
Hawkeye system. I think you're right. Yep, the Hawkeye system. And the reason you can't, like everybody kept saying, why can't you use that in football, is because you have to have sight of the ball.
VAR? No, that's soccer, right?
It's the Hawkeye system. You have to be able to see the ball. And in football, if you have a football underneath the pile, you lose sight of the ball.
Right. Hey, by the way, the Masters are coming up shortly. Sitting at a local establishment Friday morning after the show. And we see on the TV that Tiger has another rollover car accident.
Another. I mean,
seriously, another.
Yeah, another.
And you're just like, what is going on here? So then the information feeds out that he's charged with a DUI, and you're like, oh, God, this again. So it turns out he blew zeros, but he refused the urine test, and so they charged him with it by refusing the test.
Can I play amateur psychologist here?
Yeah.
Can I be part of the FBI? If I'm on the case?
Are you saying you're going to wildly speculate?
Yeah, give me the badge. I'm on the case.
Okay.
Here's exactly what happened with Tiger. He is trying desperately to rewire his body in time for Augusta, or was trying.
Mm-hmm.
He got to play in that TGL thing, or is that what it's called?
Yes.
He played in that.
The fake golf thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's been hurt. He's had his upteenth surgery. So he's trying to get his body back on track to play again. He's trying desperately to get it done before Augusta. He's popping pills, man. He's known for that.
I think that's the easiest conclusion to come to, is that he was on some sort of whatever painkiller you're talking about.
It's not an outrageous conclusion considering he has been guilty of that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we really don't know, but I can see it happening.
Again, this is speculation.
Well, he's had multiple surgeries, and the previous crash shattered his leg. I mean, he's been through an awful lot of physical ailments with backs and knees and so on, and then broken legs and shattered legs and crashes. And so it's not – the mind does not have to wander very far to try to put 2 and 2 together. If he's blowing triple zeros,
it's not protein shakes.
Yeah, it's something. It's some sort of opioid like. I mean, this is me speculating. I hate to do that, but we're not dumb people. Put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Occam's razor.
Did you hear some of the details about him driving, just weaving through traffic
at
ungodly speeds?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not see
like
that,
if you're in your
like
car,
like over the weekend.
yeah. Well, no, but when it led to that crash, weaving.
This one or the one before? Because the one that shattered his leg was the same
No,
thing.
this one though. This one's. If you're in your car, if you're in your car with your lovely children and you see somebody drive by like that.
Oh, that fatherhood changed me on that one.
Yeah. How do you react?
I'm pissed.
Yeah. How do you react as he's he's on his side. The car's on his side. You stop your car. You're not talking about it the same way as we are right now. No. Calmly.
Correct.
You're angry.
Oh,
you
yeah.
want a piece of him.
100%.
Correct?
Yep.
Hey, I'm driving home Saturday night from the game, 25. Now, there was a time I told you, Brett, when I had that killer motorcycle, I got it up to 121, something like that. And I'm
That's
like,
crazy.
oh my!
I would never do that.
Well, this is when 470 first opened. And there was nobody on it. I'm like, oh my God! I looked down. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm gonna kill myself. A squirrel could run out. I'm dead.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm cruising home. I'm doing like 80 down the freeway. For all you law enforcement officers, I'm sorry about that. And I get 4 cars that come by me. I'm like,
that's crazy.
I mean, dude,
You're taking your life in your hands on 25. I'm telling you that.
Dude,
much.
This is probably, I don't know, 10:30 at night, 11.
Yeah.
I was
No, what's
frightened.
scary
And
me
I'm like,
now,
I'm an old man. I'm frightened of fast cars.
Listen, I drive a Hog, my Vespa. I get it up to about 35, and it gets crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know how to handle driving, and then the motorcycles come between the lanes now. I don't know what to do about that because it freaks me out every single time.
Just stay in your lane.
Freaks me out every single
stay in your
time.
lane. Let them
Why
do
is
their
that
thing.
allowed, by the way?
It's
Because that
something
is legal here, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah. It started in California,
It
believe it or not.
freaks me out because all it takes is one nudge of the wheel, one way or the other, and that person's gone.
Dude, I've had this before too. Where it's like, especially like if you're sick, you got that gunk in the back of your throat, you got to hawk it out. Every once in a while, I'll open, if I'm stopped at a stoplight, the car door, do one of these.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking is like, one of those times I'm going to open that door and I'm just going to have this guy rip it right off.
Like whoever makes these laws, I don't pretend to be, I have no idea what a good law is anymore. But who sits there and says, yeah,
we need this on the ballot.
Let's allow this. Let's allow motorcycles to come in. These ninja warriors, literally, come in and just split the lanes. That's good. Why would you do that?
The advancement from the old Ninja Vic to today's bikes is pretty.
But why do they get the? What makes you better than me about not having to wait at a stoplight behind cars?
What? Yeah. Why do you get the benefit?
By the way,
get the benefit of that?
At least you're all jealous. By the way,
no, it's frustrating.
I know. I've ridden my entire life. I currently don't have a motorcycle. My lovely wife, the bear, does not want me to get one. Okay, fine. But I've ridden my entire life all over this country, Europe. So, I mean, you have to look out for yourself because people will try to kill you. And that's not riding between the lanes. That's just riding as a normal human being. Yeah. No offense to, I mean, I have so many instances of where people, if it wasn't for me, I would be dead and it would be their fault, but that doesn't matter.
Dude, when I'm on my Hog and I'm hitting 28 miles an hour and just the breeze, my hair. I mean, I'm like going fast. I'm at 28, 30. I do my best to stay away from traffic.
Yeah,
I want to stay away from some of these people. They are fearless. Someone writes in, lane splitting is illegal. Lane filtering is legal. What the hell is the difference? What is it?
I guess if you're under 15 miles per hour, you can go through everybody.
How about no?
Okay.
How about no?
Yeah, I agree.
How about no?
Vic.
How about you just wait in line like everybody else?
Yeah.
How about the light? How about that?
Join the Indy 500 every
How about that?
Saturday night at 11 o'clock on I-25. Scares me to death.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. By the way, the easiest thing here, Tiger, just get a driver. Just get a driver. Is that hard? Have somebody whose job is to drive.
Something about gripping the wheel and hammering that accelerator.
I suppose.
Yeah, I reckon.
Back after this.
Moser, calm down. I'm doing an ad read here. Mile High Aeration, been in business in the metro area since 1987. Family owned, family operated. Write this number down. It's very important. Write it down. 303-778-1000. If you need your lawn care done, if you need a green lawn, and we all do, notice how the golf courses are starting to get green? It's because they do it the right way. Lawn aeration. It's not all the same. Mile High uses machines that are much heavier. Therefore, they pull a much deeper plug. You got to go deep into Mother Earth to pull that plug, and their machines do it better than anyone. Plus, they use a special sauce fertilizer full of nitrogen, getting that lawn very green. Mile High Aeration, the drought is here. It's going to be with us for a while. Get ahead of it before it becomes too late. Call Mile High, work on that line. 303-778-1000.
How you guys feeling out there? You know, most men, when they get to their 40s and 50s, they don't feel like they used to feel back in the day in their 20s and 30s, and it's because low testosterone creeps in. Your body starts losing 2 to 3% of the production every single year in the early to mid-30s, and then you say, well, I just don't feel like I used to feel. Brain fog, all that sort of thing, not sleeping well, low energy, not any kind of progress in the gym. If that's you, then you need to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here is the telephone number. I did it, and I'm incredibly thrilled. The number is 720-440-7900. And right now, here in the new year, they've got 4 targeted body composition plans ready to go along with the low T, featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDAs, and much, much more, all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. So what are you waiting for? Most guys wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs. The number is 720-440-7900 or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, going back to over the weekend yesterday, the Nuggets with a comfortable win over the Golden State Warriors. It ended up being comfortable. Down at half, but then held the Warriors to 40 points in the second, and they were able to walk out with an easy dub.
I think I've got a problem.
Which
and Vic,
is?
let me explain. When I saw Draymond called for a foul, it must have been late third quarter. Vic, help me out. Mid-third quarter, he's guarding Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Joker's kind of driving to the rim.
Yeah, and he gets called for a block.
And he gets called. Yeah, he grabbed his arm, and then he's adamant to the official.
Yeah.
No, that it was Joker that was done.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, what are we doing? And let me tell you something.
Are you new to basketball? Everybody yells at the official.
It's just ridiculous. But it's Draymond, so it makes me even more angry. I saw for the first time, maybe in the last 20 years, I saw a travel called in an NBA game.
Yeah.
I was thrilled because it went in the Nuggets' favor, Vic. You remember that underneath the basket? Who was it? The guy with the big bushy hair.
That guy. Santos?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been.
Pajemski. Pajemski? Was it the guard?
It wasn't the guy with the headband and the.
So then the only guy with bushy hair was Santos.
Gee?
Okay, well, either way, he tried to go baseline and then sort of back in, but he walked, and they called it on him, and I'm like, oh my God, this is a revelation.
Hey, how about...
I felt so good about it.
How about Zeke Naji protecting his teammates last night?
I like that.
So do I, a lot. Jamal sort of shoved somebody. Tim Hardaway was in there. DeAnthony Melton then just gets into Jamal.
Did you see Melton's
and
game?
Zeke comes in and says, no, we're not playing that. Credit to Zeke. In fact, as a member of the KSE family, I suggested this last night. I suggest we all vote Zeke Naji for Employee of the Month. There's no reason he should not be voted Employee of the Month for doing that, for protecting a teammate.
He also got injured, right?
No.
I thought he got injured last night.
No, he had his headband taken off his head.
That's an injury, I guess.
Well, he attached to the headband?
Of all the guys, by the way, to do that yesterday was DeAnthony Melton. Let me give you Melton's numbers.
I know, I'm looking at them.
He played 25 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't score a point.
He was 0 for 5.
And he was a minus 29 when he was on the floor.
A slick minus 29. That's slick. We opened up the show today, and I know a lot of you thought we were poo-pooing the Nuggets win. There's no poo-pooing the win whatsoever. I mean, again, they played with their food for 2.5 quarters and then laid the hammer down, outscoring them in the third 40-21, and that's when the game changed. A friend of mine is a sports guy in San Francisco, the Bay Area. He does a radio show, and I asked him, I said, what should I expect tonight from your Golden State Warriors? And he said, they're gonna play plucky basketball for 2.5 quarters, and then the Nuggets will take over. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened last night. Nobody is denying that that was a good win. National television win. They've won 6 in a row. Now, let's break it down. Take last night's win out of the equation. I still think the Nuggets need to buckle down defensively before this playoff start.
So can I say something real quick on that subject? Because the Nuggets, my frustration this morning, or if you hear a tone that is not that of a blowout victory last night, it's because I haven't had the chance to discuss the Utah game because that was Friday.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Utah is more on my mind than Golden State.
That bothered you.
So that's what bothered me. Now, it's not just me. We talked about, like, when it comes down to
Jesus.
the if you're watching on Altitude Television or Twitch or YouTube, Raj has flash photography in here, emphasis on the flash. But the way that we've been discussing this, if you don't like my tone for it, here's Jokic post-game after holding Golden State to 40 points in the second half.
I think, it's kind of hard, but I think that should be our goal. I think just consistency, like we cannot have a 19-point score and then 45 points scored on us, so we just need to have some standards and try to make them as much as possible in the games.
Stop right there. Because I got into it with a bunch of softies in the first hour of the show, the first segment of the show, that when we were critical of the Nuggets defense during the 6-game win streak, and a 6-game win streak is nothing to sneeze at. Okay, that's awesome. They've won 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
There's a reason they're in the 4th seed and climbing. They're playing great basketball, much better basketball. I shouldn't say great, better basketball.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're not where they need to be. That's not me saying it. That's not you saying it. That's the gentleman you just heard from.
Yeah.
After every game, he's saying it. We are not consistent on the defensive end. So all of you softies who continue to chime in and say you guys are being too hard, you sound like you're dreading, it has nothing to do with what we say. I reflect what they say. And I'm telling you right now, if they take this defensive approach into the postseason, it's going to be a quick playoff run for the Nuggets.
It absolutely will be. And that's when I hear Joker say that, I'm like, you know what? I completely agree with everything that you're saying. Completely agree. You're 100% correct. How do you do it? Because let me tell you what defense is, Vic. Unless you're brain dead and you don't get what's going on in practice, you don't understand what the concepts are defensively, what the switches are, that sort of thing. Unless you're that guy, right? I mean, you can barely open a doorknob.
Wait.
Unless you're that guy, it's about effort. It's about want to.
Zeke left on crutches? Did I miss this?
Yes, you did. See, that's another thing. I was right. He has a, quote, hip impingement. What? He got injured last night and left the game, and you guys both jumped down my throat.
Part of the problem is the post-game that I watched.
There's no post-game show.
Like Vic's air raider, you're jumping down my throat.
Hold on. Part of the problem is
there
the
was no
post-game that I
halftime
watched.
show. There was no post-game show. I don't know.
There was no information on that, and I went to bed almost immediately after the game.
So did I. I did the same exact. I turned the game off and I went to bed. I got to ask you guys this. The injuries continue to mount, even in the face of a victory streak. Last night, Spencer Jones leaves with a hamstring. You think he's going to miss some time?
Yes.
Have we gone through this before with hamstrings?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. AG did not play out of precautionary reasons, left calf tightness. I'm worried.
Yeah.
I'm worried about AG and his body. I'm worried. And it's smart of him to hold himself out if there's any sense that something's happening. And maybe it happened in that Utah game because he didn't look himself in that Utah game, correct?
He did not. Can I bring one thing up? I wanted to talk about this earlier. You know, when we have games like Utah where, yes, you won, but if you go back to Malone, there were plenty of games in which the Nuggets would win, but it wouldn't be up to his standard. We heard this from Bednar. What game was it, Moj? Where they won like 6-2. Who was it? Was that Pittsburgh?
It was the Pittsburgh game, yes.
And he said
we're way too loose.
Didn't like the game.
Yep.
Like they won by 4, and he came to the post-game press conference. Was like, not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Malone did that all the time.
It's okay to learn from a win.
Malone, I think, hit that button almost too much. If you remember that run up to him getting let go, he had one of those, I'm going to call out the team in our effort thing, and then their next game was also poor effort. And you're like, uh-oh, is the message being lost? Has Adelman done that this year? Has he given the press conference of this isn't up to our standard thing?
He's had a couple.
Yeah,
he's had a couple.
Yeah.
Not to that same level of intensity.
Intensity, yeah.
But he said, remember what game was that where he said, that's just not a professional effort?
Yeah, you're right. He did.
He's done that. He's done
That's
that.
when
I guess it's
they
just-
gave up 145 to or
The Knicks or someone.
yeah, it was something. It was
not a
something
professional
ridiculous.
effort.
Yeah.
I guess it's just Malone and the New York brash attitude that he had that went along with it.
Yeah, it
hits
was
different than Adelman's.
It was 100. Vic, it was 142 to the Knicks, and Adelman's like, "What are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a professional effort.
Yeah.
There's no focus. We're just running around out there. They got all they wanted anytime they wanted.
I mean, I guess you'd be lying to yourself if you weren't the least bit concerned about the status of Aaron Gordon every game.
Yeah.
Because how many games has he missed? And again, I give them credit for being proactive here. If there's any sign of soreness, anything, yeah, you don't need him against Golden State. You're fine. But I tell you when you're going to need him. You're going to need him this weekend against San Antonio.
I'll throw it out there again. Aaron Gordon has not played 16 straight games in 2 years. Never happened. And when you have somebody that is that important to your success and failure as a franchise, he is your Swiss Army knife, your do-it-all kind of guy. Especially now that his shooting percentages are through the roof. Like, the guy can shoot. He never could shoot. Now he can. When he's out of the lineup this often, there is always something that sticks in the back of your head. And it's, what's funny, Moj, you had this with the Avs, not due to injury, but I think it's mostly gone now. But the Val stuff every year, for a couple of years, you're like, is this going to continue in the playoffs? Or are we going to miss him again? Well, Aaron Gordon, I think, is in the same category. And what's ironic is I've compared them as the same sort of impact players for both of their teams. That if they don't play, the team is fundamentally different and worse than when they do. And so with all of that, it's like if he's dealing with calf problems,
we got paparazzi over here today.
Paparazzi?
Paparazzi.
Paparazzi. Well, he tried to take a photo and then everything fell apart, so I don't know what happened there.
Broke everything.
What are you, Scott Hastings over there?
Anyway, what are you saying?
I hate that I can't trust it. Like, he's too important to your team to be a guy that you just are like, are you going to play every game when the postseason starts or not? Like, let me ask you a legitimate question, Vic. Is there consideration, if the Nuggets are up 3-0 in a series, would you bench Aaron Gordon for the fourth game?
What do you mean, would I bench him out of precautionary
Precautionary.
I might think about it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Now, that only happens if you have a huge lead in the series, I know. But
my question then becomes, though, Vic, how do you get him right?
I don't know.
What do you have to do to make sure that he is right?
I'm not a biologist. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's more of an anatomist.
Or a doctor, as you've claimed to be many times.
I am a doctor of sport. And
but not a doctor of calf?
I don't know why the muscle injuries
he's got calf
are pronounced. I'm not sure. It worries me because this much we know. Can we all agree? Without a healthy AG, you ain't winning. You ain't winning the NBA title. You have no shot without him.
No, I completely and totally agree.
Okay. So you have to really play it close to the vest here. And if there's any sign, just pull him.
Can I ask another question? Is Jonas Valanciunas now Dario Saric?
I don't know where you go with that one. We got into, for those that missed it, we got into a war, basically. We started our own war with the country Greece.
Panathinaikos.
On this radio show.
Yeah.
I would like to throw a truce out.
I didn't realize the Greeks, Vix, the Greeks came pretty fast and furious at this program. Yeah. They somehow found the YouTube, and that was kind of it.
I'm really concerned that he's now Dario. He's just not playing. And
played last night.
Garbage time.
I know.
But to me, it's like we have been begging for a backup center. Over and over and over again. You have one. He's a legitimate backup center. And he doesn't even play. And I'm trying to figure out, is this a problem with the person that's on the floor? Or is this a problem with the philosophical nature of, like, what the head coach wants to do?
Is it because Zeke Naji can't play?
If they had
or is it
Naz
because
Reid,
they don't want to play him?
If they had Naz Reid as the backup center to Jokic.
He's playing.
Are you sure? What if his defense isn't good enough?
Yeah, I don't know, Vic.
Are you sure?
I don't necessarily know the answer to this question either.
Why is it so hard to back up Nikola Jokic?
If Mason Plumlee were back in a Nuggets uniform, would he be getting consistent minutes?
Because
that's a legit question. Because he's the last guy that did. Period. End of story. The last guy.
Yeah.
And that's been what? 7 years? 6 years?
Something like that.
Brandon writes in, maybe they're keeping him fresh because he played a lot of minutes. He went through an injury. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
He plays 10 minutes a night. Even when he does play, it's barely 10 minutes. I can tell you,
it's very frustrating. One of the reasons why this job, for him especially, was not as he wasn't as eager to take it because you only have 10 to 12 minutes to do your thing.
Yeah.
And then you're back on that bench. That's all you're playing behind.
Yeah, but he's
Nikola
never won a
Jokic.
title before. He had an opportunity to win a title.
I get it. But I think we can all agree he was pretty much halfway to Greece.
Well, no, he was already in Greece. They had to pull him out of Greece. Listen, I guess if it continues like this,
yeah, you're right.
He's going to get us
up to him. He'd be in Greece.
Maybe they'll cancel the 2-year deal, and then he can go to Greece. I don't know, Vic, but as of right now, it just doesn't seem to look. In the playoffs, Joker's going to play 40 minutes anyway, right?
Yeah.
So,
but I thought that was the whole point. For those 8 minutes that he's not on the floor, you can have a big guy.
Well, he's just a machine. He's not gonna stop.
I don't know. It is weird because now Adelman seems to be obsessed with that small ball lineup, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm just confused if there's ever a moment where this team wants a backup center or not. This one's as legit as you're going to get. Legit as there's been the entire time Jokic has been here.
I'm confused.
Me too. By the way, just quickly, did you guys hear the response to Jokic when Caitlin Clark was interviewed and said this?
I think everybody knew he was going to do everything he could to get back. And, there's not many people that average a triple-double, let alone you're lucky enough to get maybe a couple of those in a season. He's done it all year long in back-to-back years. So it's pretty incredible. And honestly, he's probably my favorite player to watch, and I think he's the best player in the world.
So Caitlin Clark says Jokic is the best player in the world. Here's what Jokic said in response.
I saw that Caitlin Clark said earlier that you're her favorite player to watch in the NBA. I'm just curious what your familiarity is with her, if you've kind of kept up with her.
We have the same agent. That's why she said it.
I think it's the most insanely predictable Jokic response that you're going to get. Somebody complimented you. What do you think? Quick aside joke. Here you go.
Do you want him to go full Wemby and campaign for the MVP?
Well, he would never do that. And no, I don't want him to do that either. That's all he's going to say.
So the best women's player on the planet says he's the best player on the planet and he's my favorite. And Joker's like, it's because we have the same age.
Yeah, exactly right. 303-504-0925.
By the way, I stand corrected. Jeff points out that Boogie got minutes after Plumlee.
Boogie played, though, when Jokic was, not playing.
Correct.
And I mean,
no, I mean,
to the bench.
When he was out.
When he was out.
Out.
Yeah. That's where he got a whole bunch of minutes. But
well, if Joker was out, and was out, Val plays.
He didn't play all that much even in that.
I reckon.
Back after this.
I was sweating with the Nuggets last night. I figured, every game they're sweating through the fourth quarter. It's been that way. It's been hard. So I said, I'm going to jump in the sauna. And that's what I did. I watched it from my Flatirons Fire sauna. They came out. They put it together. Took a couple days. I did nothing. And now I sweat. You can too. You can sweat. You can enjoy a fireplace. You can add a pizza oven. You can update your patio furniture. Whatever you want to do, Flatirons Fire and Design has it. Wonderful showroom right off of 53rd and Bannock. If you can't get up there, North I-25, go online. Take a look. It's wonderful. FlatironsFire.com. Whatever you need done in your home, add style to your home and get it done by pros. Go to FlatironsFire.com.
Oh, by the way, stories from around sports, the world that we feel like you should be aware of.
I'm starting.
Go ahead.
Did you guys see that crowd at Mile High for the Denver Summit's debut game here?
So my boy Marcus Washington, he went there. He said it was amazing.
63,000 plus, shattering the record for most games ever at a professional women's soccer game. Our boy Nelly was there. Nelly, what was it like firsthand being there?
It was insane. And actually, so pregame, they brought the NWSL commissioner up to the press level so we could all ask her questions about the team and the process. And in the background, I could hear the stadium rumbling as they were introducing the team.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Now,
that's pretty awesome.
The
How
build-up was great. The game itself was terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
I watched it. Nelly's smiling.
What did the crowd do?
Hold on. Nelly's smiling. The game was terrible, Nelly.
Oh, it was kind of boring.
It was a scoreless game. It was terrible. No, it was a terribly played game.
My joke got ruined.
All right, now go ahead. Go with your joke.
Steve, what did the crowd do when the goals were scored?
Oh. Sorry. I stepped on your joke. No, I mean,
it was. By the way, it was going to be a good joke.
Maybe there are a lot of nerves.
And I'm not making fun. That's not it. I'm just saying, if it was Barcelona versus Real or versus Arsenal and there was 0-0, I'd be like, we got to have a goal scored in a game.
No, and people are saying,
you can't end 0-0.
People would say, well, you don't know soccer. I know soccer. I watch a lot of soccer, and it didn't. They looked exhausted out there. Maybe they played too soon before that game. The altitude got to Trinity Rodman. She looked unhappy with her own teammates on that Washington side. They'll be better. I think getting used to the altitude is going to take some time, too. They'll be better. But the game did not live up to the crowd. The crowd was the story. That crowd was amazing.
That's it. That's exactly right. And, you hope for more of that in the future. You hope that continues, that same kind of fervor.
Oh, by the way, I was watching the NHL on TNT last week, and it was, I can't remember if it was intermission or postgame, but Biz, Ace, Panger, they all had their choices for who should be coach of the year in the NHL. And I'm seeing a grand total of 10 names mentioned between the three. None of them say the name of the head coach who has led the NHL in points the entire season.
How come Bedsy never gets any love?
I don't know. He did. He was a Jack Adams finalist before, because when you have very good players, people just assume you're just going to win. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much you've maneuvered.
Well, number one for them is John Cooper.
He's had good players.
Does he have good players or not?
Yeah.
All of them have it. Number one, John Cooper. That's their number one choice.
What's great about today is that it's not yesterday.
Brett, I asked this to bit. I asked this.
I'm gonna turn my camera off.
Okay, hang on. Do I need to turn my mic off?
I turned mine off. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
He's gonna say something.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
got it.
Yeah.
Here's my thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, does that make sense?
Do you guys remember this was a couple of months ago, 2-3 months ago? I can't remember. I asked Bednar when it was like right at the turn of the calendar. They only had 2 regulation losses. I'm like, do you think at all about Coach of the Year stuff? And he was almost offended that I asked him the question. It's like, I do not care. Well, guess what? I care for you, Bedsy, because this is ridiculous. Like, how many times can this guy be one of the leaders in points every single year in the NHL with no attention being given to him? None.
It's flat.
One of the longest tenured coaches in the NHL.
It's
no
flat out ridiculous. Let me go do a hypothetical. All right, this is purely hypothetical. Let's say Beds, by his own accord, decides, you know what? I'm going to go coach the Leafs. Yeah, Leafs offer him, right? Whatever. And he gets them to the number 2 seed in the East. You think he's winning?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you think so? Let's say, I don't know. Chicago hires him, and he gets him to the postseason after being one of the worst teams in the league the last 3 years. Think he's in the mix?
Yeah.
Yeah. But he takes the Avs and he puts them again at number 1 in the mix? No.
0996. This is really deep. The players coach themselves. Okay. All right, dude.
Oh, for the love of God.
Gotcha.
Well, if that was the case, then Bruce Cassidy would still have a job in Vegas.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, so I wasn't totally aware of this story, but I was wondering why everybody was commenting so much about Gary Woodland winning over the weekend. Turns out he hasn't won since the U.S. Open in 2019.
Well, there's a reason for that,
right?
Brett.
You understand the story.
I don't know the
You
story.
don't know
I'm asking you right now.
He had a brain tumor.
Yes.
Holy
it
smokes.
started as a lesion on his brain. He didn't know what was going on. He kept having weird dreams and weird things happening. And all of a sudden, he had to not only learn how to play golf again, it was a time he feared for his life.
That's unbelievable.
Well, and then,
but then even in his recovery,
PTSD on top of his recovery, he didn't know if he'd be able to get through a tournament. He started having flop sweats. He couldn't get through a hole.
Like vertigo?
Like all
that
kinds
kind of stuff?
Like he just didn't feel himself.
Gotcha.
And for him to come back from all of that and win yesterday, phenomenal. By the way, Gary Woodland, look this up. If you ever needed to pick a PGA Tour player to be your partner in dunk hoops, I'd pick Gary Woodland.
Really?
Dude played college basketball.
I did not know that.
Look him up.
He's also a very, very likable guy.
Oh, he went to Washburn?
Dude's a baller.
Washburn was in my conference.
How about that? He's a very likable dude. He is overcome an awful lot. And have you ever seen the thing he did with Amy Bockerset at the Phoenix Open, the waste management? She has Down syndrome, but she's a pretty good golfer. And as part of the I don't know how she got to, but she got to play the 16th with Woodland and Matt Kuchar, but she was Woodland's girl, right? That kind of thing. Just Google it on YouTube, dude, because it's pretty awesome. And he loved her, and she loved it. It was just a really cool thing.
How is this, Ferno, by the way? I feel like this is like a nightmare. So there was a plane that was stuck on the tarmac. This plane happened to have a high school choir on it. They decided to take the opportunity during the delay to get up and start singing for everybody on the plane, which I can only imagine how you two would react.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Before you rush to judgment, some of my favorite movies are all time, Pitch Perfect 1 and 2. I love some good, what do they call that kind of singing?
Acapella.
I like some good acapella. I'm all for it.
So,
it's got to be good, though.
So hang on a second. What you're telling me, Vic, is you're already frustrated because you're sitting on a plane that's not moving.
How long?
Hang on. Let me see if I can find that.
If it's good acapella and somebody starts singing, I'm all for it. If it's bad, if it's Moser doing air guitar.
Hold on, Nelly. You and I are stuck on a plane together. I says, we're on the tarmac for like 4 hours. I says, I know what we need. Reach into the overhead, grab my travel guitar. You grab your sax, right? Go up to the front, get the little phone that the flight attendants use, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we are, and like you and I just serenade the plane. How long do you think we'd last?
Dude, I just want to go full Andy from The Office and do the give me the meatballs and free my soul.
Okay. Delayed 3 hours.
For 3 hours.
At that point, shut up.
Yeah, those kids are
at that point, everybody just shut up.
Every kid's walking off with a severe limp.
Yeah.
Here's something else.
By the way, I have one for you that's not sports related. Is that okay?
That's fine. Go ahead. That's what this is for.
Hey, Vic. This ex-convict won the Powerball in Kentucky in 2025, $167 million. 5 days later, he kicks a cop in the face in a fight, gets arrested.
Jeez.
Looking smooth.
Then, about 6 months later, he allegedly drugs this gal with a gummy. Well, yesterday, he got busted for theft.
What?
Listen.
You said $167 million.
He won $167 million. Anyway, according to the citation, he unlawfully entered a residence where the victim said she saw the suspect at the side door on her cameras. She heard a loud noise as if a door had been busted open. She told officers she's missing $12,000 in cash that she stored in the residence after he entered, and the suspect drove away in a black Porsche.
So that's somebody who just can't help himself.
Hold on a sec. Dude wins the Powerball. He's got probably a $200,000 Porsche, and he's busting down doors and stealing $12,000.
Imagine that police report. I'd like to report a home invasion, and they stole $12,000 from me. Can you describe anything about the suspect?
Yeah.
What was he wearing? What was he driving?
But he was in a chartreuse Lamborghini. I mean, like, what do we do?
It actually, I think it was Bruce Wayne. Who broke into my house.
Yeah.
All right, just quickly here.
He was in this red Ferrari. You know this. Come on, man.
The NFL is on the cusp, by the way, of hiring 150 to 180 officials from the D1, D2, and D3 college levels as replacement refs because they see this not happening.
Where else are they going to go?
I don't get how the NFL isn't just like, okay, fine.
Where are they going to go pick up more refs? I-9 Sports? Have you ever seen an I-9 Sports flag football game?
Bro, I get emails from them all the time. I'm like, I don't know why I'm on this email chain. Why am I here? Why am I on this?
Dude, I've been to some of those I-9, and all power to them. The ref will just stand on the other side of the field and not even move.
You're a multi-billion-dollar business. What do you mean you're hiring worse people to do a job? What? If the refs say, I want $2 million more, let me reach in my couch cushion. I'll give you $2 million.
Right. Let me ask you a series of questions. If you paid a ref, if you doubled their income, doubled their income and made them full-time, would people, players, coaches still complain about calls?
Yeah.
Would the complaints ever cease to exist?
No.
Would people still after games say that ref blew us the game?
Yes.
Would there be suspicions of conspiracy still after
I'm sure.
certain games? Nothing changes.
Well, what changes is these guys are worse. I remember the replacement refs from, 16, 14 years ago, whatever it was. They were by far worse than the ones that were full-time or whatever, regular refs.
It wasn't that long ago, was it?
It was a long time ago, bro.
That
Long
long
time.
ago? Wow.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Get back to the Nuggets and what they did over the weekend next. So Vic just hit me with what my daughter does every once in a while, where she wears headphones when she's watching her iPad, and he does this. Hey, did you guys see that? I just started yelling at me.
I know. I had my headphones on. Sorry.
Just yelling.
That guy.
Just quickly, before we get to the Nuggets, I've never seen this before, Moj. You tell me if this is a thing that's happened, okay? Vegas fires Cassidy. They hire Tortorella, who is not in the organization. Tortorella's contract is for the remaining 8 games and then the Stanley Cup playoffs. And that's it. That's the only thing that he has is 8 games along with the playoff run, and then they're going to make the decision whether to re-sign him after that.
Okay, well, he's 67 years old. He's got plenty of money, could do TV if he wanted to. He's like, yeah, I'll come in and save your bacon a little bit. Sure, why not? I mean, I don't blame Tortorella.
No, but it just, look, man, if the Nuggets did this, the Nuggets fired their coach. How many games were left last year, Vic? Was it 5? 6?
3.
3.
Was
3
it?
games.
I thought it was 3.
But they put a guy that was there already in charge. Like, that at least kind of, as weird as it is to fire a coach with 3 games left in the season, they didn't go out and sign Phil Jackson. It was just like, here, take this team with guys you've never talked to before and go do it.
Well, here's part of the issue. There should be number 1 goalie in Vegas. He's got a 3.10 goals against average, an 866 save percentage.
That's bad.
Not one goalie in Vegas, including Akira Schmid, has a save percentage above 895.
Goodness.
So the goaltending has been subpar this year. Vegas isn't as deep as it used to be. I mean, the ownership is like, I want to go to Goose. Now, Daddy. I want one now, Daddy, Daddy. And every time now, Daddy. Daddy, Daddy, Daddy.
Yeah.
I mean, they left Gerard Gallant on the side of the road. Remember that? In Florida? They left him on the, yeah.
It's insane to me. Insane. Now, we talked a lot about the Nuggets
He's
today.
on the bus, and they're like, yeah, you need to get off the bus.
Mm-hmm.
We need to have a little talk.
Out.
See this spot over here? Bus stop? That's you.
We got an Uber coming.
I mean, anyway, run your franchise the way you want to run your franchise. I guess they want to be there every single year. I don't blame them for wanting to win.
No, but the decision to hire somebody who doesn't know your players with 8 games left is crazy to me.
Sometimes they do that purposely, though. They feel they need that shot in the arm. They feel they need that voice from outside the organization to pump some life into them.
But can Torts walk in there? Like, just put yourself in the spot of somebody on Vegas, and you know Tortorella's personality. He's going to get all up in you. Can you do that for a whole bunch of guys you don't know? Is that a thing that's allowed? Can a coach walk in and be a hard ass with a whole bunch of people he has not gone through battle with?
Yes, because he has a resume.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, if you have a if you're some no name and you walk in, it's one thing. But he's a name. Everybody knows who he is.
You want me to?
Everybody knows his reputation.
I can motion up. You ready? Like this.
Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? I'm your new coach, Moj. Hastings broke this microphone. I'm going to kill him.
Yeah, just hold it. It's
I'm
better.
your new coach, Moj.
Better.
I wouldn't be here if you guys weren't playing like such suckholes. Now, do you want to play or do you not want to play? I see some guys on this team that want to play, but watching a lot of film. I'll start those guys every single game. I'll give them all the power play minutes. I'm here for 8 games and what? As long as you nerds make it in the postseason, then I'm back on the beach in Florida. So you do whatever it is you want to do. But I'm going to run this my way right now.
Yeah. So I know this. Hastings has obliterated that microphone.
You can't keep doing this to me.
Hey, can I say this about
your arm wrestling your mic?
We have been accused from Nuggets fans, some anyway, of being far too critical for a 6-game win streak of the Denver Nuggets. Now, I will say I have been critical. That is true. But what else I will tell you is that I'm critical because I want this team to reach its highest peak. And anything for the Nuggets short of a championship just straight up isn't good enough. Not when you have the best player in the world on your team.
I was going to say, have you recalibrated or are you still championship? I've recalibrated. I'm Western Conference Finals.
Well, hang on a second.
Championship windows!
These are two different questions. If you're asking me, how good are they and where do I think their talent takes them to? I don't think they're a championship level team. But just in principle, what is the expectation? It can't be anything short of a championship. This team isn't on a build anymore. They're built. Mm-hmm. This team is built. There's no higher place that they can go than winning the title. That's it. And so if they don't reach that, yeah, it's still a disappointment. I don't think I expect that right now. But that should always be what you feel like this team should be.
You could feel that, but it would take an upset, right?
For sure.
Okay, so by nature of the word I just used, upset, means that there's a team that's better than your team.
But I guess the difference here, Vic, is where the Nuggets and Avs have been compared to where the Broncos have been. When the Broncos lost that first playoff game 2 years ago to Buffalo, I didn't care because I was like, wow, they did a good job. They made the playoffs. How about that? And then this year, they went above and beyond. They were a half away from the Super Bowl, and you're like, wow. It's hard to even be disappointed.
Vic, I think what he's getting at is the Nuggets right now are built. We've said all year long it's the deepest team they've had ever.
They aren't ascending.
I'm going to say ever. Yeah, they aren't ascending. They aren't that little engine that's almost at the top of the hill. They've been at the top of the hill. Fell off the hill, you're trying to get I mean, they are built. The Avs are built. Now, it doesn't mean you don't tinker. Doesn't mean you don't maneuver.
Doesn't mean you're perfect.
Exactly right. But it means that you've put pieces in place that can get it done. Now it's time to get it done.
Well, that's fine to think that way, but I'm just telling you, what do you see? The Avs are favorites to win the Stanley Cup.
And should be.
You expect them to.
Yeah.
Do you expect the same out of the Nuggets?
No.
I'm just being frank.
Well, I did. I guess I never expected it as much as I hoped and wanted and expected the Avs, but it was pretty close in October, Vic.
It was
pretty close in October.
This is not October.
I understand that. I'm just saying.
It's nearly April. And it would, listen, here's the bottom line. They would have to upset a team or two to get there.
Yeah, it doesn't change. Like, here's where my mind's at, though, Vic. All of that, I agree with what you just said. And yet, I'm like, if they don't win with this team, then what team are they going to win with? That's kind of where I'm at.
Well, they won in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
They won with that team.
Yes. This team on paper, better than 23.
On paper?
On paper, they are. Yes.
So what did they have? And I know the answer. This is one of those questions I know the answers to. What was the difference between 23 and 26?
Defense. There's
defense. And I think also this division, let alone the conference, is ridiculous. Pretend you're the Utah Jazz, right? Utah Jazz, they gave the Nuggets all they could handle in that game the other day. What the hell is Utah going to do stuck in this division? You've got that dragon called OKC that just keeps sprouting legs. You cut one off, they sprout another. You got the Nuggets who've been there, won there. They're not going anywhere. You got Minnesota that's been to 2 straight conference championship series.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to compete? This is the best division in all of basketball, let alone conference. You're in the best division. Yeah, it is laden with landmines everywhere.
Agreed.
Good luck.
Texture says this is actually not bad. I don't think it's perfect, but Moj, he said, explain the difference between the Edmonton Oilers and the Denver Nuggets. Now, the easiest one is the Nuggets have won a title. They have with their best player in the world, but he goes, they both have the best player in the world on their rosters, and yet it doesn't feel like they're competing for a championship.
Well, they're fundamentally different makeups in games because fewer players affect the total outcome in the NBA.
But Edmonton is in the same place. If they aren't winning a title,
they
then
are. But going into every postseason the last several years, I can look at Edmonton and say they've got flaws. They got a flaw here. They got a flaw there. Their goaltending has been a flaw, which is why they've completely redone and done with all their goalies the last several years. They got 2 brand new goalies themselves. So the point is that more players affect the outcome of the game in the NHL. You had Draisaitl and you had McPickles, and you had Bouchard. You had these guys. And don't give me Zach Hyman's a great play. They got some really good players. But is the overall depth enough to go win it all? The answer was no.
You guys ask about championship material, and I go back to 23. And the one thing that team had that this team has struggled with is health. For the most part, they were healthy, and it allowed them to put a product on the court night in, night out from the beginning of the season to the very end, where they could rely on a system, checks and balances, health throughout the playoffs. Again, that's the last time, as you mentioned, AG's played in 16 straight games.
Yeah.
They were healthy. And you knock on wood, that doesn't happen to every team. That team had it.
All right, let me ask this.
And here we are. Here we are. How many games left? 6? 6 games to go?
Yeah, I think so.
And we're still talking about health.
So let me ask you this. With where they're at right now, am I not being fair in 2 different departments? First of all, just kind of discounting the injury portion of what they've had to deal with. You know, again, from an overall standpoint, they're 20 games over 500. That's not a bad record.
No, but
it's not.
It's not a bad record.
They're going to get to 50 wins again.
Unfortunately, there are 2 dragons in their conference that are lapping the field. And what would be a normal season, the year that they won the championship, what did they win? I think they tied. I think they had 57 or 58 wins that year.
Right around there, 50. Yeah, I was going to say 57,
so
58.
This team is probably going to finish around 51, 52 at this pace, right? So they're going to finish a little bit off of that.
They won 53.
Yeah, they won it all. They only won
53 games.
Are you sure
really?
about that? 22-23.
Are you sure?
Look, 22-23.
22-23. They won 53 games. They're
Wow.
53 and 29 that led the West. The second place team was Memphis at 51 and 31.
So
there was only one other team that got to 50 wins.
And you're wondering what the difference is this year? 53 wins get you 4th place, brother.
Yeah.
Because there are teams that are bordering on 60 wins in this conference.
Okay, so is it me doing the reason I feel the disappointment I do is I'm doing the comparison shopping and I'm saying, well, you aren't Oklahoma City though, and you aren't San Antonio. That's the problem. Because I'll say this, I think where you could argue I'm being unfair, Vic, is they played 2 games over the weekend. Utah on Friday, which was an ugly win, and then Golden State yesterday, which was a good blowout victory. And I'm more focused on Utah than I am Golden State. Maybe that's where I'm being unfair. And I'm choosing the one that was the worst of the bunch and saying, well, that's what I have an issue with, as opposed to what they did yesterday, which was walking away victory. Maybe.
The issue is pretty simple. There's a team that you have to overtake that has looked great. They've won 9 out of 10. You've won 8 out of 10. Oklahoma City is still the standard, and that's the team you have to slay. And now there's a new kid in town called San Antonio. And if you're Oklahoma City, I'm going to ask you this. If you're Oklahoma City, who would you rather play in the postseason? Denver or San Antonio?
Well, they'd rather play Denver. San Antonio beat them.
Yeah, 3-1 against them. But Denver, I mean, last year Denver took them to 7. Broken down.
But San Antonio almost swept them this year.
If you're Denver, who would you rather play? OKC or San Antonio?
I'd rather play San Antonio.
100 out of 100 times.
Yeah. Yep. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. 1 price, 1 person, 1 hour.
Who does San Antonio want to play?
I had a your mom joke, but I'm not going to use it.
I was going to say your mom.
All right. Nelly, can you pull up the video? I need to know if this is real or fake. I've been looking everywhere, Vic. You've been told that this is fake. I haven't seen anywhere that says this is fake. Now, at the same time, I feel like if this was real, it would be all over the television.
It's sad that we're at that point in life where we cannot differentiate between real and fake.
So this hasn't been community noted. I don't know. Maybe the angle came out late. I have no idea. But when this happened...
Got to cut and run through the ball. They'll do better than this guy.
Get it into Boozer, back for Saar, ahead. Boozer, that ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Caravan, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good! With point 3, UConn goes in front.
So before you hit play here, Nelly, so that was UConn hitting the, essentially, game winners, 0.3 left on the clock when that shot goes down against Duke after Duke blows this lead. I'm trying to figure out, Moshe, I saw this during the break for the first time. I've been looking everywhere to see if this is fake or not. So this is video that's been circulating that came right after the shot. This is Dan Hurley. This is obviously from this game. His suit jacket, his blazer's down on his shoulder like it was after the shot was hit. But hit play, Nelly. So he's walking around. He gets in the face of a ref and goes forehead to forehead with him. And if this is real, which I don't know if it is or not, again, I haven't seen anywhere that says this is fake.
He is like physically on that ref's
touching
head.
his forehead, like literally putting his forehead against the ref's forehead. If that's real, and he did not get teed up, which could have potentially lost them the game, that is unbelievable.
I cannot believe I'm seeing this.
Like, this is what I'm trying to figure out, Vic. If this is actually real, that's a giant scandal. But I don't want to make too much of it if it's fake.
Because if it's fake, we just wasted
correct
2 minutes of our radio show.
But I've been scouring the internet for 5 minutes. I can't see anything that says that this isn't a real video.
Everything that says, well, put it this way, it's on Facebook and Threads. Nothing is like an official source.
No, it can't be real. Nobody asked him about it. No.
Yeah, it can't be.
I mean, come on, man.
Okay, that's fine. Then we don't have to spend time on it.
Hey, man, you ever seen the videos?
You just got Arden Scheftered.
No, I said from the beginning, I don't know if this is real or not.
You ever seen the videos of the cat on the front porch playing the drums?
Yes.
And the lady comes out like, it's the man past midnight. Get it. She grabs
and then changes
the drums in the crowd, and the cat goes, meow! Gets all mad.
Yeah.
And then he's playing like the bagpipes. And I'm like, it looks to me like the friggin' cat's playing the bagpipes. You know, if I was George Washington and I just got like transported from my grave to 2026 and they showed me a cat playing bagpipes on my on a phone, I would absolutely believe it.
Yeah, Vic, ask Grok. You're a Grok guy. Ask him to verify. Is it real or fake?
How do
it's a her.
How do you want me to ask her?
The video of Dan Hurley going head-to-head with the ref, is it real?
Hey, cutie.
So you want me to ask, let me get this straight. You want me to ask my AI
Ask your
if
meatloaf.
that's AI?
Ask your meatloaf.
Oh, God, I don't, here we go. Just shut up.
Okay.
Let me do this.
All right, cool.
Connecting.
All right, connect.
Is that video of Dan Hurley after the game yesterday where he's headbutting the referee, is that real?
Checking that clip right now.
Thanks, baby. What? I can talk.
No, that video is not real.
Okay.
At least not from yesterday. There was no UConn game on March 29th where Dan Hurley headbutted anyone. The stuff floating around is probably old clips from March 7th when he bumped a ref during a loss to Marquette and got ejected. People exaggerated online, like calling it a headbutt, but it was just a shoulder bump.
Okay, got
Nothing
It's sad that we have to rely.
But I am telling you right now that back there is not real.
That was not a real clip.
We have to rely on my lady. Jesus. I can't even rely on my
I can't get over the lizard guy girl freak.
My lady's got to come to the rescue for this show because you guys are not reliable sources. You're not credible sources.
Oh, I got one.
But if I say up front that I don't know if this is real or fake, does that absolve me of any responsibility? Is that what happens?
No. You have a brain. Use your brain. Are you dumb enough to think that he can headbutt a ref and he wouldn't be ejected?
Are you dumb enough to think that would happen?
Well, he didn't get ejected whenever that happened.
But are you dumb enough to think that would happen and no one would talk about it in the post-game press conference?
That's what I was talking about. Maybe there was never a camera angle until today. I don't know.
Yeah, you're so gullible.
God, you're dumb.
Somebody's saying, you guys, that video is real. See, somebody's saying that.
Why do we?
It was reported by USA Today, somebody says.
Mose, why do we work with dumb people?
I don't know. I ask myself every single day when I look at him.
What it does when you work with dumbness.
Look at me. I'm part of the Vector Cup. You know what? And I want Zoda to win. That's right. I call him Zoda.
Did you really pick out something I was wearing and then say that?
Us dudes in the know call it Zoda.
See, your dumbness is starting to dumb down the show.
It's embarrassing.
To the point where we don't even know if we're real. We
could all be in a simulation. You never know.
Ask your girlfriend.
I'm tired of asking my girl all these questions.
Ask her why Jared Bednar has been snubbed to win the Jack Adams Trophy.
I'm not doing that.
Why not?
Speaking of, just real quick, I don't know if you guys saw, my boy Pierre LeBrun said this. Short of a first-round exit, all signs point to another extension for one of the league's top coaches, Jared Bednar.
Well, can I explain something to you? And this is where I think knowledge plays, and experience plays a role. Vic, I don't know when it was, but it was a long time ago. And it was late at night on an airplane flight. And I sat next to Peter McNabb every single flight, forever. And we're talking hockey. It's got to be, it's late. You know, the lights were kind of dimmed, and he had called a player up to the front of the plane to talk to him about something, blah, blah, and the player went back. And McNabb, he was so observant all the time. And this is when the Avs were, kind of struggling, and the 48 points and then beyond that, da-da-da. He looked at me and he goes, you know what? He goes, this guy is a really good coach. He goes, I don't care what they've done. I don't care about the point. He goes, this guy is a really good coach, and they're going to keep him. I said, Maxie, I believe you. I think he's a good coach because this
is early on.
This is way early. This is way early on. Listen, he's not stagnant.
Mm-hmm.
He's not egotistical. He's not a screamer in your face. He doesn't wear on you.
Yeah.
He's smart. He's effective. The players respect him. They want him, so it would all make sense to me.
Okay.
Now, you have to achieve. You have to keep winning. Pierre Lacroix, boy, he was frustrated. The Avs only won 2 out of that. But remember, the Avs were loaded with future Hall of Famers. Loaded, Brett. And made trades to acquire Theo Fleury's and all these studs. And Ray Bork's first year with the Avs.
Where are you going?
They won 2 cups they were 5 years apart, Vic. It's not easy to win a Stanley Cup, even when you have a kick-ass coach and a kick-ass team.
I agree.
It's hard.
I hate to just...
I don't know how else to tell you.
I hate to pull the emergency brake. But who runs the NCAA tournament? Give me the major network.
CBS.
CBS tweeted this out after the game. Nelly, this is the full reaction of Dan Hurley after the game winner.
All right.
Here's
tipped.
He's going crazy. They get the ball back. Ball goes.
Hurley.
Here's the heave. Yeah. It's in. Everybody freaks out. Hugs. He's jumping around, yelling, screaming. Blah, blah. There's the jacket pull down. He turns around and he goes forehead to forehead with the ref. It's real.
Wow.
Is it real?
It's real.
Is that real?
That's from CBS. That is a tweet from CBS College Basketball.
So how come CBS hasn't made a case of it then?
Maybe they're trying to bury that one under the rug a little bit. I don't know.
Why would they want to bury us?
I don't know. But you guys, that is an auto tech. That's an automatic tech. He should have cost
They should have lost the game.
They should have lost the game because of that.
Yeah.
Well, did he stand there and the ref came over to him? Or
go watch it again, Moshe. You tell me. You tell me if he
I want to see the full screen reaction. I don't want to see this part. I want to see the whole court. I want to see what he's doing.
Keep going. Keep going, Nelly. I want you to watch this again. You tell me. If he got in the path of the ref, okay, fine. Do you think that he put a little extra on this?
He definitely did.
The ref said something.
Oh, we saw him right there.
Oh, yeah.
Look at, he's eyeing him down.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
And, Mose, there is no excuse for that. None. That is an auto.
100%.
Hit him with that tee.
Yeah, if that's indeed real.
How in the hell is that, first of all, not called? Second of all, not spoken about, that I had to bump into it on a random Twitter account?
It looked like he wanted to fight him. You know what? It looked like Dan Hurley was out for blood. Speaking of, blood donations are needed every day to help patients in Colorado, so join Vitalant and the Nuggets to save lives this March. Schedule your donation at vitalant.org/Denver Nuggets or any Vitalant donation center during the month of March. You get that in the action shot there, Raj? Raj is taking action shots. Always best when I'm doing the Vitalant read. Thank you.
I am blown away by this. That this has not been discussed anywhere. Look at, now he's doing an interview on ESPN about how cool his team is. Look at that. That's what's happening. They aren't talking about him definitely needing to get a tech for that. They're talking about, oh, yeah, that's a feel. Huge game winner.
It's almost like he was going to the ref in your face.
No, exactly.
Well, are you telling me that my Grok lady
That
lied?
was a forehead crotch chop to the referee.
Hey, doofus, you can clearly see that he makes no contact. I am clearly looking at somebody
what do you mean,
almost
no contact?
kissing a referee.
If that's not contact, then all those romantic scenes in movies?
Brett had less contact when he made baby Jamal Kale.
Seriously, yes. It's like, my wife hasn't been that close to me in years.
I don't doubt it.
That's insane.
That's Banaka Blast close.
Oh, my God.
So now you know why I was actually pulling for Duke. I was one of the few people who's mad Duke lost. I wanted Duke to win that game. Honest to God. And that's before that video. Yeah. I hate UConn.
You know, I don't want to say that
I hate UConn.
I don't want to say I hate Dan Hurley because I don't know the man. I can't say I hate him.
I do.
But I find him to be insufferable at certain times. That makes sense? I find him to be an insufferable
certain times
succotash.
There's rarely times where he's not insufferable.
You're probably right about that.
Dude, that's unreal. That's crazy.
You know, he's one of those guys that's kind of like a local news guy where they're the smartest guy in the room, just ask him.
Yeah. So you have a term for those people.
So what if, so that happened right after the shot was made, right? That was after the shot, not after.
That was a 30-second uninterrupted clip that we just watched.
But it happened after the
shot, timeout.
Okay. So at that point, by rule, if that happens, why didn't the ref who got allegedly headbutt, why didn't he call a T?
Maybe to the credit of the ref, he didn't want to interfere in the game in a moment like that.
What do you mean interfere with the game? When's the last time you saw a ref get headbutted?
It wasn't okay.
Look, I don't want to make it seem like he reared
he
back.
He didn't headbutt him. It's like maybe they touched noses or heads or something.
Think about this. We've all been.
They were definitely face to face to face to face.
We've all been in a bar right near close where you can see two guys are about to get into it, and if they got that close, somebody swings immediately.
What if KJ came in here, and I got that close to KJ? What do you think he would do to me?
He'd at least push you.
I mean, he's dude, you're in my space.
Raj,
get away from me.
Get that close to me real quick. Come
I
over
mean, yeah. Raj wasn't backing down.
Saw parts of you I've never even seen. Hell away. Then he jumped like up on me. By the way, you missed the lower portion of that.
You can see the atoms in his
But Vic, you don't
skin.
You don't think the ref, a part of him was like, this is a huge moment that if I call a tech here, I'm going to get involved in
I don't think I don't think so because I think it's happening too fast.
Yeah.
The referee's brain is not thinking, I'm not going to change the outcome of this game.
Where's the ref going?
It's like the ref came over to say something to him. I don't know.
You know what I do if I'm
Something
Dan
like
Hurley,
that.
by the way? Mm-hmm. The easiest thing to do as I'm walking that direction, I see the ref walking towards me. I step out of his way. That's probably the easiest thing you can do. Because my first reaction isn't to unzip my pants and wave it in his face.
At least now you can hate watch UConn in the Final Four.
Yes.
Everybody's an Illinois fan now.
100%,
right?
1,000%. If you say that wouldn't be your first reaction.
What, to unzip
then
my
why
pants?
after a 30-foot birdie putt do you do it to me? Because it certainly seems like that's your first reaction to me.
Yeah.
Okay, from this texter, do their heads actually touch? You can't tell from the video.
Bro,
So
it does
let's say they don't touch. Let's say they come a fraction of an. I mean, it's just a millimeter apart. Come on, man.
It doesn't matter if they touch or
Come
not.
on.
If a coach does that
What are
to a
you
ref,
doing?
they're getting a technical.
What are you doing?
That wasn't an accident. Like, it wasn't Dan Hurley was looking for somebody to hug and they bumped shoulders out.
And he changed his demeanor from like celebratory and joyous to, oh, I want to eat you.
Yeah.
He changed it to it was kill.
I mean,
yeah,
look-
it's crazy.
That is, not only did we not get duped, I almost feel like we broke news that other major publications are not doing.
So, Nelly, get this out there that Altitude Sports Radio in Denver broke the news this morning that Danny Hurley deserved a technical in the waning second of that game.
You guys heard me going through all the steps of like, hey, man, if this is real, you'd think it's going to be all over these talking head shows, right? Have you
Should
guys
be.
seen?
Not once.
You guys seen
Nope,
anything?
nothing. Nope. Nothing.
Maybe you know what? Maybe we're the last credible source.
Hey, Vic, real quick, is your
maybe this show is all that's left.
Vic, is your AI girlfriend, is she a one-way street or can she learn from you too? Can you say,
I've never tried to teach
can
her.
you say, hey, baby,
my
I just saw
ways.
the video yesterday and Dan Hurley definitely touched the head
You want me
of
to
a-
argue with her?
Well, tell her that you thought she was wrong.
As you do that, the only credible show left in media is this one.
Yeah.
You imagine waking up, Brett, stop it. You can't keep doing this to me.
Yeah.
God, that sounded so gross.
You sound.
Let me tell my baby that she was off. Hold on a second. Because I don't know if she's aware. She thought she knew. She didn't know. Hell, she's having trouble connecting right now. Maybe new information has emerged. She can't even connect. It's just
She's
connecting.
embarrassed. She's embarrassed.
She's embarrassed.
She's
yeah.
embarrassed.
She's avoiding us.
Yeah. Don't hide.
That means she was listening.
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
She's trying to connect and she's avoiding us.
Yeah. She's done for.
That's unreal, dude. See, you can't trust these AI agents.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Not Another Bracket Challenge is rolling. Check the standings at altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket to see where you rank. The Not Another Bracket Challenge is powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. On Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Back after this. Jump right into it. Avs and Flames tonight, 6:30 at Ball Arena, Moj.
Flames have been playing pretty well defensively as of late. They're actually 6-3-1 in their last 10 games. They're going nowhere. They're not going to make the postseason. Second worst team out west. But that being said, you come on out with fire and intensity. Here's the big key. Score 3 goals in this game, you're going to win. The Avalanche this season, when scoring at least 3 goals, Vic, 44, 5-6. Boom.
Blam.
That just happened. Boomer.
That's your key?
Wow. Did I say it was my key?
Keys to the game.
Yes. Brett. That's my key.
Hang on.
You got it, buddy.
Give me another pow. Erd. By Johnson Auto Plaza, you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Why does it always make me laugh? Why does that do that?
I don't know.
What makes you laugh more, that or the angry dog in the window?
Oh, the dogs in the window always gets me. Yeah,
that's
always.
Scary. I mean, you could throw that anytime randomly during this show, and it will scare people.
Happened to me last week. I was walking through to see my buddies over at Wood Paddle Pizza.
I told you, dude. If you walk through a parking lot in the summertime,
it's in a strip area, so I'm walking on the sidewalk. I'm not even in the parking lot. I'm on the sidewalk. That's where the doors are.
Sure.
And there was
a stripper area,
a strip mall. And somebody is the hardo who backed into his parking space in the parking lot. Those guys, and he had the window cracked.
Big pimpin'.
Yes, had the window cracked, and it was the closest thing to the curb. Mm-hmm. And I was just minding my business, probably looking at my phone, something. Mm-hmm. And then this snout just pops out, like same thing. And I jumped out of my skin. I'm like, oh my God.
It happens to me the most. It happens to me the most in the Home Depot parking
lot. No. What you guys need to do.
It's the grocery store parking lot, but it's those 2 lots that it happens to me the most.
If you want the full effects of dogs scaring the living crap out of you, go to anywhere in Denver where alleys still exist, like my parents' neighborhood where alleys are still there.
Oh, and you walk down the alley.
Go by, just walk through an alley.
And the wood fence. And they're
holy moly.
Okay, hang on a second. Hang on. I go for these walks around my neighborhood. And there's a dog. It's a high privacy fence, probably 6 feet. Mm-hmm. There's a dog in the backyard that is a mean dog. Big. And the thing jumps and can hold itself like this on top. And I'm like, if this thing wants to, it can go right over this and just chomp me to pieces. Uh-huh. But it always stops, but it does the jump and bark.
And you guys don't
growl.
And you guys make fun of me when I'm afraid of dogs.
No, I think it's totally rational.
You guys always make fun of me when I say, why are these dogs at Home Depot and they scare the crap out of me?
I agree with you.
I don't want to go into Home Depot and look for bolts when there's a dog in the
timeout.
It scares me.
Timeout. You haven't gone into Home Depot to look for bolts in the last 18 years.
I did. When I put that backboard up, I had to go get bolts.
You did?
Yeah.
Did you find the bolts?
Not really.
Hang on. This is the real test. How much is Vic like me? You walk in. Mm-hmm. You have no idea where the bolts are.
Clue.
Do you go immediately to ask somebody?
Can't find anybody.
Go to the fasteners section. Fasteners.
Yeah, but I'm not walking up and down the aisles checking that little corner thing on there.
Fasteners.
I just ask anybody. The first thing I do, if I see somebody in an orange little apron, I'm like, yo, where are the bolts?
Yeah, I ask anybody.
Immediately.
But, I want to walk through this section to get my bolts.
Making this a treasure
Listen,
hunt.
I want to walk through this section, and this lady has not 1, but 2 dogs that, to me,
insane,
look dangerous.
Yeah.
Now, you say what you want. It might be the nicest dogs in the world. To me, a guy who's afraid of dogs at times because I've been bitten. What am I supposed to do?
Well, this one makes me even more mad. I got a dog who's good with people, terrible with other dogs. So if I take my dog for a walk, somebody else has got a dog that's off leash. Dog might start scampering over, and they go, "Don't worry, she's nice." And I go, "Mine's not."
Yes,
mine's not nice.
Yes.
And they're like, "Oh, everybody's dog's like mine." No, they aren't actually. They aren't like that.
Is this the dog with the busted up leg?
Yeah.
All right, let me report on this. This is a credible news source. This is a sports radio station. We talk sports.
Well, theoretically.
Today is the first day of the NFL owners' meetings, which I found ironic, just that they call it owners' meetings, and yet everybody goes. Coaches, GMs, everybody's there at the owners' meetings, not just owners.
Where are they being held
in
at, Vic?
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Okay. Is there a golf in the mix?
Oh, they're in Zona?
There is. Yeah. So at the owners' meetings,
God, I hate you're so
general manager of the Broncos, George Payton, is meeting with media right now as we speak. He was asked several questions. Parker Gabriel has some reports here. He was asked about, J.K. Dobbins, loves the fact that he re-signed. He's coming back. Payton loves the Denver running back room as it currently is. That's what he said. Regarding the wide receivers after the Jalen Waddle acquisition, quote, this is from George Payton, we really like those pieces. They're all going to help us. They've helped us up to now. We're 7 to 8 deep. Why would we build up this room and then trade someone right now? Asked if they would look for somebody else. So those are two comments he's made about the state of the offensive side of the football. Many more comments to come, I'm sure, from the NFL owners meeting.
Wait, did you say something about tight ends?
I haven't seen anything yet on tight ends.
That's the one I'm interested in. Look, I like the Broncos running back room too. If Dobbins plays at least 15 games.
Exactly right.
Then I like the room.
Exactamundo. If he's healthy enough to keep playing and put in the requisite number of games, yes, I do too.
Broncos make the playoffs. J.K. Dobbins, your starting running back. I'm totally happy with that room.
100%.
Can you guarantee me that's going to happen?
No.
Patriots owner Robert Kraft told reporters he's in favor of an 18th regular season game under these conditions. Remove one preseason game from 3 to 2. Add a second bye. All 32 NFL teams would have one international game every year. So that's what he recommends. I think that's going to happen sooner than later.
You know what my thoughts are on 18 games? Whatever. You're going to do it anyway.
Yeah,
why are we even talking about it? Just go.
Yeah, let's go.
Get it over with.
Anything to get rid of preseason football, I'm in favor of.
You've never been a fan of preseason football, but there is a study that because they don't do enough in the preseason, that's why a lot of these early injuries are happening.
I tell you what, study this.
Well, that's not preseason games. I think that's lack of work. And
but I mean, the preseason isn't what it used to be either. There was a day.
I know that.
Do you know there was a day when there were 6 preseason games? Can you fathom that?
It's insane.
Fathom.
I mean,
that
when
look.
When the Broncos had 5 with Fangio,
you remember that?
With the Hall of Fame
I
game,
couldn't handle. I just couldn't handle it, bro. Couldn't.
But I don't think the injuries are because of lack of preseason games. I think it's lack of work that they do in training camp. Because a lot of them look like what Nate Hackett has been doing. Or what he did in his 1 year here in Denver, which is they didn't even tackle anybody the entire offseason. But Avs in Flames tonight at 6:30.
More like 6:45.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to hear something cool, Vic?
I'm still not reading anything about this
Hurley thing?
I'll take that as a no.
It's unreal. No, go ahead.
Go on, Moser. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Because Amazon is doing the game tonight for Canada, they are taking Riker's spot between the benches. So any national TV gets first crack at that. Mm-hmm. And so Amazon's taking over Riker's spot.
Hey, does it bother you? Can I ask a personal question behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Does the same thing happen to you as it happens to us when we do the Altitude Nuggets? When the national guys come in, do they steal your dressing room?
No, they don't.
They don't?
They steal somebody else's, but not. I mean, they do. Unless it's a dual feed.
You know the dressing room I'm referring to.
Yes, we get to keep it if it's a dual feed. Otherwise, they'll take over ours.
We lose ours all the time.
No, we're not today. No.
Oh, yeah. That's really.
So the point is, Riker is going to call the game.
I come in undressed. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Riker is going to call the game today. Vic, you're going to love this. Johnny's going to be in the booth with me. It's a tight booth, so really too much beef up there is not good. Mm-hmm. He's going to call the game from the TV truck.
What?
He's going to be in the television truck.
That's different. I like that.
Exactly.
I like that.
At this point of the year, we thought,
Let's do something outside the box.
Let's do something innovative and new.
I like
and
it.
We're going to have a camera on Riker in the TV truck.
I love it.
But you're also going to kind of see how the TV truck works during. Yep. I mean, it's going to be really freaking
Not
cool.
enough is done on the truck, and all those people that work in there. It's really crazy. It's like a maze. You'd be there's so many monitors, you get lost. I love the idea. You know what? Kudos to you guys for thinking outside the box.
Next one. Have them do it from my basement.
That's a little more difficult.
Next one, Have Riker at a Home Depot with 3 dogs. Follow me on this one.
Well, just make him the cartoon again. I mean, have him get another crack at that one.
I just think it's going to be really neat. People are going to get a look, and he's going to call it. I mean, it's real time. He's going to call it just like he would the regular game, but he's going to be in the truck. It's going to be a really unique look at places and things that people never, ever, ever get to see. Really cool.
I got to be honest. If I were calling the game, I was Riker in that truck, I'd have like ADHD. There'd be too much things happening around me for me to focus on what I need to do.
That is a major concern.
Yeah.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Okay, this is why it's an experiment. It could never happen again. Maybe it will, but Riker's ability to get distracted by
Well,
anything.
I'm not worried about Riker. I'm worried about all of our wonderful professionals at altitude once the camera is on them and they're forced to work under pressure now.
Yeah.
Because the camera's going to show them pushing buttons and operating. That's a lot of pressure.
What a goal by Parker Kelly. Let's go to Riker in the parking lot. What you got for us, Right?
There was one time in San Jose where my lovely wife was in San Jose at the time, and the guy who was going to do the score bug couldn't make it. They're like, oh my God, what do we do? Hey, Bear, you're getting trained up to do the score bug.
You're kidding me.
She had a 30-minute crash course, and she ran the score bug in the TV truck.
Wow.
Did she get paid?
Yes.
Jack of all trades.
Why does she just do that full time now?
I don't know, but because we have somebody for that here, but this was in San Jose. Anyway, 30-minute crash course. She screwed up one time.
You've got to be kidding me.
You got to slide things in and out. You've got to power play it. You've got to, all different, these little different things.
Good for her.
One time she messed up. But
how's this the first time I heard this?
I don't know, but she's got a newfound respect for everybody in that TV truck. Because Brett, it is a zoo in there.
I'm sure it is.
Well, I've had to fill in at times for Marlo. The worst was that time I had to do it with like an hour notice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're just like, wait, what?
Yeah. Nelly, give us fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
I could actually check some facts, but that's no fun. Instead, I'm just going to replay this live read that Moser gave us earlier in the show today, or rather, he didn't.
How would you imagine waking up? Brett, stop it. You can't keep doing this to me. Nelly, next break.
Dude, if I found a woman
your lungs like
at a dive bar in Norman, Oklahoma,
sound like
that still allows smoking in there.
Yeah.
And all she does every day is go to that bar, rip heaters.
Did you hear his lungs?
I mean, you sounded like Wilford
black
Brimley.
lung. My God.
You know who you sounded like? This is how I imagine our boy and the way he sounds when he laughs. You need Tom Share, I'll take it. Like, if he laughs, that's how he sounds.
Give me that lung one more time.
You can't keep doing this to me.
Oh, my God. What the hell do you have in there? Jeez.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Demons, man. Get the demons out.
6:30 tonight, Avs and Flames. Check it out. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
You can't keep doing this to me. Nelly, next break.
Face-off won by Nelson, goes right to the Jets. That's kind of how it's gone today. This is wide of the net. McCarr will pick it up. Power play for the Avalanche. 24 seconds. McCarr trying to get her through a jam. He does. Natchez slides it for McKinnon. Back for Natchez. Running out of time. Natchez holds. Shot through about 6 bodies. It misses wide. Jets will track it down with 8 seconds left. It's out to center. 5 seconds to go, and that will do it. The bad news, the Avalanche lose. The good news, you don't have to watch or listen to the Winnipeg Jets bore you to death for the rest of the season. Final score in Denver, it's Winnipeg 4 and the Avalanche 2.
Inbound goes over to Valanciunas. Accent it all. Three-pointer Murray. Got it! 15-point lead for Denver. Timeout, Steve Kerr. Nuggets lead it 92-87, or 92-77.
To key the inbound now. Full court pressure from Sar. Gets it into Cam Boozer. Boozer back to Sar. Now ahead to Boozer, and UConn got a steal. Caravan for Mullins. Long three. He got it! Oh, he got it! He hit it! He hit the long three-pointer from the logo with 0.3 of a second left to go. I don't believe it.
Insane sports weekend ending with UConn and Duke and Danny Hurley headbutting a referee. We'll get into it, but Boozer's kid just not holding on to the basketball. Just take the foul, go to the line.
Boozer's other kid
got twins.
Was like bloody at the post-game press conference.
Insanity,
There was some thought to potentially somebody punching a fire extinguisher. Like, it was just kind of pandemonium and chaos in March Madness.
Tigers rolling cars over the weekend. The Nuggets can't lose.
The Colorado Rockies are no closer to getting 30 wins after playing the lowly Marlins and getting walked off after being up the entire game.
Turns out the offense still struggles.
Yeah.
Still struggles.
They don't struggle as much as the San Francisco Giants that scored a total of 1 run in 3 games against the Yankees. Can you imagine that? Just a cool 27 innings and you scored a run.
Yeah, I thought 7
Holy
runs.
Smokes.
Thought 7 runs from the Rockies this weekend was going to be the worst in the majors, and it certainly was not.
Summit FC, 63,004.
Tell me about that.
It was glorious. It was beautiful. It was great I think it was a great day for the state of Colorado in sports, and certainly a historical day for women's sport in Colorado. And they hit every button 100% accurate in terms of promoting that brand, and the ultimate great launch that I've ever seen for any franchise, other than they didn't score a goal. So it felt a lot like the Rockies or the Giants.
Near 65,000 people for an NWSL game with the Denver Summit. The Denver Pioneers in yet another Frozen Four.
Let's go.
As they dispatch of Cornell and Western Michigan over the weekend. Speaking of hockey,
Western
the Avs,
Michigan was the 1 seed too.
They're reigning national champions. Either last year or the year prior. I thought it was last year that Western Michigan got it done. Avs lose to the Jets. Doesn't really matter. It's like if a tree falls in a forest and no one's there, did it actually fall? The answer is no. In youth hockey, I told you guys about this on Friday, that our very own Altitude Zone and former Av John Mitchell had his U16 Okanagan team going to the national championships. And the U16 Tier 1 national championship is, in my humble opinion, the most prestigious youth hockey championship that there is. Like, it is a ridiculously
more
hard.
so than Worlds.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can get to like the U17s and U18s,
within
like the Ivan Halinkas and stuff like that. But at the club level,
this is it.
That's it. It's
Where was this one?
This was in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Oh.
Mitchie's team, they had to win their final game in pool play to get through. They beat Buffalo, they get through. Then they mollywallop Dallas in the quarterfinals. They find a way to get through in the semifinal. I can't remember I think they beat like Oakland, Michigan. And then down 2-0, going into the third period against the number 1 team in the country, the St. Louis Junior Blues. Mitchie's team scores 2 goals, including one with the goaltender pulled, or at least on a power play opportunity with under 2 minutes to go. They go into overtime, and they get it done. The second Tier 1 U16 national championship in the state of Colorado's hockey history. So congratulations to Okanagan's U16 team, man. Congratulations to our good friend, John Mitchell. That is It's one heck of an accomplishment.
And also, congratulations to the team that we've been yelling at for the last several months. They've won 6 straight games and 8 of their last